Ferria, The Awakening of the World. Saga, Chronicles of Ferria and the Confederation, Book 1. Adolfo Catral Sanabria. Chapter 1, Land of Minerals. 1.1 The Forgotten Planet. From orbit, Ferria seemed like an ordinary world, a brownish globe with rusty veins snaking through its continents like open wounds. For the commercial ships navigating the galactic routes, it was merely a reference point, an obligatory stop on the Confederation's star charts. Few knew or cared to know that beneath that seemingly barren surface pulsed a whole society, human lives unfolding among the tunnels and caverns carved out over generations. Ferria's official history began 200 standard years ago when the first Confederate explorers detected unusually high concentrations of rare minerals in its subsoil. However, local legends spoke of ancient settlements predating the Confederation's arrival, groups of refugees who had found shelter in Ferria's natural caves during the expansion wars. Whatever the truth, one thing was certain: Ferria had never been considered a destination, only a resource. At the administrative center of the Galactic Confederation, on the planet Eternium, Ferria was officially classified as P-478, Class B mining colony, a mere administrative code that determined its status, its limited rights, and the extraction quotas it had to meet quarterly. To the bureaucrats who had never set foot on its surface, Ferria was just another entry in productivity records, a figure in economic reports. Ferria's sky rarely revealed its natural color. A constant mixture of mineral dust and industrial emissions created a perpetual ochre mantle that filtered the light of its star, a yellow dwarf that the first settlers had named Forge for its intense golden glow, barely perceptible through the pollution. Days on Ferria passed in a perpetual artificial twilight, and the nights were deeply dark except for the constant glow of processing plants working without pause. The native fauna had adapted to these extreme conditions. The few species catalogued by Confederate biologists displayed unusual characteristics: metallic scales instead of fur, respiratory systems capable of filtering toxic particles, and a preference for underground life. The dust raptors, small agile creatures similar to rodents but with 6 legs and completely black eyes, were the most abundant species. Miners considered them a plague, as they gnawed on insulation cables and contaminated water reserves. Beyond the extraction zones, in Ferria's equatorial regions, vast plains of rock pulverized by mineral winds formed what locals called dust seas. These desert areas were practically impassable during the dry storms, seasonal phenomena where winds reached speeds capable of stripping exposed skin in minutes. The Confederation had never shown interest in terraforming Ferria. Why invest in making the surface of a planet habitable when its only value lay underground? This political decision, made generations ago, had condemned Ferria to remain perpetually underdeveloped, a world where human life had adapted to circumstances rather than the planet adapting to humans. And so, forgotten by the rest of the civilized galaxy, Ferria continued its orbit around its sun, a mining planet whose inhabitants barely registered in the Confederation's demographic statistics. Chapter 1, Land of Minerals. 1.2 The Veins of Ferria. The first Confederate engineers to analyze Ferria's subsurface were astonished. It wasn't just the quantity of minerals that made the planet an exceptional find, but the unique geological arrangement that facilitated extraction. The main mineral veins extended like a circulatory system beneath the crust, forming almost organic patterns that some poetic geologists described as the veins of the planet. The most prized mineral, and the primary reason for Confederate interest, was caridium, a metal with superconducting properties stable even at high temperatures, fundamental for interstellar propulsion technology. Ferria's caridium deposits were unmatched by any other known world in both purity and volume. Alongside caridium, there were significant concentrations of axonite, a crystalline material essential for the manufacture of artificial neural networks, and vestium, an extremely resistant metal used in the construction of warships. This combination of resources made Ferria an industrial gem, a fundamental pillar for the technological and military power of the Confederation. Without these materials, the galactic infrastructure that enabled trade, communication, and defense among star systems would be impossible. Ferria's mines were organized into numbered sectors radiating outward from the main city of Talos. The oldest ones, near the surface, were practically exhausted after generations of intense exploitation. The active mines, increasingly deeper, required advanced technology to maintain minimally safe conditions for workers, life support systems, gravitational stabilizers, and containment fields to prevent collapses. Sector 7, the deepest and most productive mine, had already reached 5 kilometers below the surface. Working conditions there were extreme. Temperatures fluctuated between scorching heat near active volcanic veins and intense cold in caverns containing pockets of cryogenic gases. Miners in these depths used special suits with thermal regulation systems, but even with this protection, shifts had to be limited to 6 hours to prevent permanent physical damage. The extraction process followed a constant cycle. Massive semi-intelligent excavators, known as moles, opened the main tunnels following three-dimensional maps created by geologists. Then, specialized mining teams used precision tools to extract the most valuable minerals from the lateral veins. The extracted materials were transported to the surface via high-speed magnetic elevators, where they underwent primary processing before being shipped into space. What the Confederation didn't publicize was the human cost of this operation. Official statistics spoke of minimal incidents and controlled risks, but reality in the deep levels was very different. Each month, dozens of miners suffered serious accidents, burns from contact with reactive minerals, poisoning from toxic gases released during excavation, partial crush injuries from minor collapses. Occupational diseases were considered an inevitable part of the job. The most common, mineral pneumonia, caused progressive calcification of lung tissues, reducing the life expectancy of veteran miners to less than 50 standard years. Beyond the physical danger, there was a psychological phenomenon unique to deep-level workers: dark fever. After months working in the artificial dimness of the mines, some developed sensory and behavioral alterations, from auditory hallucinations to extreme panic episodes. Confederate psychologists attributed it to a combination of sensory deprivation, exposure to neurologically active minerals, and constant stress. But what truly defined Ferria's veins was not just their mineral wealth or the dangers they posed, but the profound cultural bond Ferrians had developed with them. For the natives, the mines were not merely workplaces, but part of their collective identity. Children grew up hearing stories about the spirits of the depths, mythical entities said to inhabit the oldest tunnels. Elders claimed they could hear the planet's voice in certain underground passages where air currents produced melodic sounds as they passed through crystalline formations. This near-religious respect for the planet's depths dramatically contrasted with the Confederation's purely extractive perspective, creating one of the fundamental tensions that would define Ferria's future. Chapter 1: Land of Minerals. 1.3 The Galactic Confederation. Seen from any peripheral world like Ferria, the Galactic Confederation seemed almost mythical, omnipresent in its authority yet distant in everyday reality. Founded 3 centuries ago after the devastating expansion wars, the Confederation initially presented itself as a voluntary alliance among star systems to ensure peace, trade, and shared scientific progress. The central headquarters of the Confederation occupied the entirety of Eternium, an artificial planet built specifically to house its vast bureaucracy. Eternium was an architectural marvel, a near-perfect sphere where impossibly tall buildings rose kilometers into the sky, connected by networks of instant transport. The Grand Confederate Council convened in the central dome, a crystalline structure that changed color according to solar cycles, visible from anywhere on the planet. In theory, the Confederation was democratically governed by representatives from all member worlds. In practice, an inflexible hierarchy existed. The core worlds, primarily the 5 founding systems, effectively controlled all major decisions, while colonies and peripheral worlds like Ferria had purely symbolic representation, if any at all. The Confederate political system was structured into 3 levels: the Grand Council, the Supreme Chancellor, and the Galactic Arbitration Tribunal. The Supreme Chancellor, elected every 10 standard years, wielded considerable power, especially in matters of galactic security and relations with non-human species. The Confederate economy was based on a complex system of regulated exchanges, where each world contributed according to its capabilities and received according to its needs, at least in theory. The core worlds provided advanced technology, scientific research, and luxury goods. Agricultural planets supplied food, and mining planets like Ferria provided the essential raw materials to keep the vast industrial machinery of the Confederation running. This system, officially presented as a model of interplanetary cooperation, concealed deep inequalities. While citizens of the core worlds enjoyed unprecedented prosperity, with access to technology that seemed miraculous, from personalized genetic modifications to domestic artificial intelligences, inhabitants of peripheral worlds lived in conditions that had barely improved over centuries. The Confederation justified this disparity with the doctrine of progressive development. Each world had to fulfill its current function for the benefit of the whole while progressing toward higher levels of civilization. For planets like Ferria, this supposed progress seemed perpetually postponed. always conditioned on increasingly demanding production quotas. The armed branch of the Confederation, the Galactic Fleet, was an unparalleled military force in human history. Its ships, partially powered by minerals extracted from Ferria, could travel between star systems in hours rather than days, thanks to spatial distortion engines. The fleet maintained permanent stations in every inhabited system, officially to guarantee security but also as a constant reminder of Confederate power. In Ferria, direct Confederate presence was limited to the administrative complex, a fortified cluster of buildings on the outskirts of Talos. There, officials sent from Eternium resided, surrounded by luxuries unimaginable for the average Ferrian: hydroponic gardens with exotic plants, atmospheric filtration systems providing pure air, and instant communication links with the core worlds. The chief administrator, the Supreme Chancellor's direct representative in Ferria, rarely left the complex. His orders were transmitted through a chain of supervisors, most of whom came from intermediate planets of the Confederation, eager to prove their worth and secure a transfer to more prestigious destinations. For most Ferrians, the Confederation was not a government they belonged to, but an external force extracting their world's riches in exchange for the bare minimum needed to continue exploitation. Official broadcasts, mandatory in all common areas, displayed idyllic images of life in the core worlds, creating a painful contrast with Ferria's daily reality. This disconnect between Confederate propaganda and lived reality was the perfect breeding ground for the discontent that was slowly beginning to take root in the depths of the mines. Chapter 1: Land of Minerals. 1.4 Talos, City of Dust and Hope. Seen from the surrounding hills, Talos looked like an open wound on Ferria's surface. The city stretched in concentric circles around the colossal central pit, the primary access to the mines that plunged kilometers underground. Unlike the elegant metropolises of the core worlds, Talos had not been planned. I had grown organically, adapting to the ever-changing needs of mining operations. The heart of Talos was the pit square, a circular concrete expanse where the city's main roads converged. At its very center lay the central pit, a 200-meter-wide abyss that descended into darkness. Enormous industrial elevators moved up and down continuously, transporting minerals, machinery, and workers in an unceasing flow that dictated the rhythm of life for the entire population. Surrounding the pit stood administrative buildings, utilitarian structures made of prefabricated metal and polarized glass, where Confederate supervisors and technicians monitored production. The contrast between these buildings, with their clean lines and immaculate surfaces, and the rest of the city was painfully evident. Beyond the administrative ring extended the industrial zone, dominated by primary processing plants, massive complexes where extracted minerals were refined before being sent into space. These facilities operated day and night, spewing clouds of mineral vapor that merged with the perpetual haze covering Talos. The majority of the city consisted of residential neighborhoods, divided into sectors based on the occupational hierarchy of their inhabitants. The miners' accommodations, known as cells, were high-density prefabricated blocks where families shared minimal living space. These housing units provided the bare essentials for survival: filtered air, ration water, heating for the cold nights, but little more. The building materials, corroded by years of exposure to Ferria's toxic atmosphere, required constant repairs that were rarely carried out. In contrast, the residences of specialized technicians and mid-level supervisors, located in the elevated sectors of the city, offered additional comforts. More efficient environmental purification systems, communal spaces with synthetic vegetation, and access to entertainment networks imported from the core worlds. Talos' social life revolved around the refuges, semi-clandestine establishments located in the abandoned underground levels of old mines. These spaces, technically illegal but tolerated by authorities, functioned as taverns, informal trading centers, and gathering places where Confederate surveillance was minimal. In the refuges, one could acquire almost anything, from locally distilled alcohol to smuggled electronic components, in exchange for fragments of minerals lost during work shifts. The Central Market, the only officially recognized commercial structure, occupied a circular building halfway between the pit square and the residential sectors. There, merchants authorized by the administration sold basic goods, processed foods imported from agricultural worlds, protective work garments, essential medicines, and the few luxury items that reached Ferria. Prices, set by the Confederate Supply Department, consumed most of a miner's average salary. Talos's healthcare infrastructure was limited to the General Hospital, a rectangular building annexed to the administrative complex. Theoretically equipped to meet the medical needs of the entire population, In practice, it prioritized cases directly related to work accidents that could affect production. Chronic illnesses, especially those linked to prolonged exposure to mineral toxins, received only the most basic palliative treatments. Education in Talos was provided in training centers whose curricula were strictly oriented toward the needs of the mining industry. Children began their specialization at the age of 10. At which point it was determined whether they would be assigned to physical labor in the mines or technical support roles. Only the children of supervisors had real chances of accessing higher education, usually in technical academies located in orbital stations. Despite these harsh conditions, or perhaps because of them, Talos possessed a vibrant and resilient culture. Ferrians had developed unique art forms, such as mineral murals, compositions created with pigments extracted from mining waste that decorated public spaces and residential neighborhoods. Ferria's traditional music, played with instruments made from recycled industrial materials, was characterized by rhythms that mimicked the constant pulse of excavation machinery. Local festivities, though not officially recognized by the Confederate calendar, were celebrated with enthusiasm. The most important, the Day of Descent, commemorated the arrival of the first settlers on Ferria. During this celebration, even work shifts were briefly reduced, and families shared communal meals in neighborhood plazas. This cultural resistance, this determination to maintain an identity despite the Confederation's homogenizing influence, was the true core of Talos. Beneath the mineral dust and apparent resignation, a community thrived, proud of its ability to survive under conditions that inhabitants of other worlds would consider unbearable. And in this environment, seemingly submissive yet internally defiant, Eiran Vassek would grow, destined to become the catalyst who would transform not only Talos but all of Ferria, and possibly the very structure of the Galactic Confederation itself. 2.1 Eiran Vassek. In Sector 4 of the Talos mines, where the tunnels began to narrow and the air grew denser, Eiran Vassek stood out not so much for his physical build, which was similar to that of any young Ferrian of 22 years, but for the intensity of his gaze. His eyes, an uncommon metallic gray, seemed to absorb the dim light from the mining lamps and return it with a glow of their own. Veteran miners said those eyes resembled veins of pure caridium when they reflected the glint of drilling tools. Tall by Ferrian standards, with a physique strengthened by years of physical labor but without the exaggerated muscular deformation typical of excavation miners, Eiran moved through the tunnels with instinctive familiarity. As a systems maintenance engineer, his job was to ensure the operation of the gravitational stabilizers and containment fields that kept the tunnels open, a technical task requiring both advanced knowledge and practical intuition. "The mineral speaks to you if you know how to listen," he would often tell the apprentices occasionally assigned to him. Before a tunnel collapses, the rock emits a distinctive sound, almost imperceptible to instruments but clear to a trained ear. This ability to communicate with the mine was not superstition but the result of meticulous observation and a deep understanding of Ferria's geology that Eiran had developed since childhood. His mother, Lyra, had taught him to pay attention to the details others overlooked, the subtle variations in the temperature of the walls, the change in the resonance of footsteps on different types of ground, the particular scent that preceded a gas leak. What made Eiran unique among his peers was not just his technical competence but his holistic vision of the mine as a living system, a complex organism in constant flux. While Confederate supervisors saw three-dimensional maps with color codes indicating mineral concentrations, Eiran perceived patterns, connections, and imbalances that scanners failed to register. This perspective had earned him an unusual level of respect for someone his age. Even the most seasoned foremen, men and women hardened by decades underground, discreetly sought his opinion before beginning excavations in unstable areas. Confederate executives, generally indifferent to the views of local workers, had learned to pay attention when Eiran's name appeared in reports about averted incidents. "That boy has something special," Dervin Call, the chief supervisor of the Talos mines, had once remarked. "He's not just another engineer, he understands the mine in a way we never will." What the supervisor did not mention, because it would have been imprudent to say it openly, was that Eiran's connection to the planet made many Ferrians see him as more than just an exceptionally gifted engineer. In hushed conversations held in shelters, far from Confederate surveillance devices, his name was beginning to be spoken with an almost reverential tone. For younger workers, Eiran was a role model, someone who had grown up on the same dusty streets, under the same restrictions and hardships, yet had managed to earn the respect of even those from the core worlds. For the elders, especially those who kept pre-Confederate traditions alive, Eiran embodied an ancient prophecy about the child of dust and stars who would awaken Ferria's true voice. Eiran himself was unaware of most of these conversations. His daily life was spent between technical work in the deep levels and the hours he dedicated, after his official shift, to helping his mother in the small clandestine clinic she ran in one of Talos's poorest neighborhoods. This duality, respected technician in the depths, secret collaborator on the surface, defined his existence. Like many Ferrians, he had learned from an early age to navigate between two worlds, the official one, regulated by the Confederation, where he fulfilled his assigned function, and the underground one, both literally and figuratively, where true community bonds were forged. What no one in Ferria, not even Eiran himself, could have imagined was that this ability to exist simultaneously in parallel realities would prepare him perfectly for the role that destiny, or perhaps something more conscious and deliberate, had reserved for him. 2.2 Lyra's legacy. Anyone who visited the small Vassek apartment, located on the outer perimeter of residential Sector 3, would immediately notice the disproportion between its physical size and the enormous presence that seemed to inhabit it. The two sparsely furnished rooms, with metal alloy walls eroded by Ferria's atmosphere, contained more life and dignity than many of the luxurious residences in the administrative complex. Much of that presence emanated from Lyra Vassek, a woman whose biological age, 45 standard years, concealed a maturity of spirit that transcended the simple passage of time. Tall and upright despite the aftermath of an old injury that had left her with a slight limp, Lyra retained features of the extraordinary beauty that had made her famous in her youth. The jewel of Ferria, they had called her then, when her black hair shimmered with bluish highlights under the artificial lights of Well Plaza and her crystalline laughter could be heard even amid the roar of industrial elevators. Now, that hair was streaked with silver, and her face, without losing the harmony of its features, showed lines of expression that spoke of difficult decisions and long-kept secrets. The apartment, though modest, was distinguished by details that revealed a deep connection to Ferria's history and culture. The walls were decorated with exquisite mineral murals, different from the usual geometric designs that adorn public spaces. These showed impossible landscapes, clear skies over green plains, mountains that were not perforated by mining tunnels, and a bright sun that did not hide behind clouds of industrial dust. "They are memories," Lyra would explain when someone asked about these images. "Not mine, but of the ancients, of those who were here before the Confederation discovered us." This connection to the pre-Confederate past was just one of many unusual things about Lyra. For the community of Talos, she occupied an ambivalent position, respected for her medicinal knowledge that had saved countless lives, but also feared by some due to her independence and her occasional comments that bordered on sedition. Her role as a healer was not officially recognized. The Confederation only authorized medical practice within the general hospital, under strict protocols primarily oriented toward maintaining the workforce in operational condition. However, the authorities turned a blind eye to the small clinic that Lyra ran in the back room of an old spare parts warehouse. This tolerance had practical reasons. The capacity of the general hospital was insufficient to serve the entire population, and Lyra's skills, especially for treating mineral pneumonia and other endemic conditions of Ferria, complemented the limited official medical resources. What few knew, including her own son, was that Lyra's healing abilities were not based solely on empirical knowledge passed down through generations of Ferrians. During the years before Eiran's birth, she had had access to advanced medical information, courtesy of who was then a young and promising Confederate supervisor temporarily assigned to Ferria, Darius Marvek. That brief but intense romance had left Lyra with more than memories and a son whose true paternity she kept secret. Darius, fascinated by the natural intelligence and insatiable curiosity of that young Ferrian woman, had provided her access to restricted medical databases, assuming she would use them for her own benefit. Instead, Lyra had absorbed and adapted that knowledge to help her community. "Knowledge only has value when it is shared," she constantly repeated to Eiran. "Learning for oneself is vanity, learning for others is wisdom." This philosophy had profoundly shaped her son's character. From a young age, Eiran had accompanied his mother on her medical rounds, first as a simple observer, then as an assistant, and finally as a collaborator who contributed his own technical knowledge to improvise medical equipment from discarded mining machinery parts. The relationship between mother and son transcended conventional family ties. They were, above all, allies in an undeclared but ever-present mission, to preserve Ferrian dignity and culture in the face of suffocating Confederate influence. Although Lyra never spoke openly of resistance or rebellion, her daily actions, from treating patients that official doctors dismissed as irrecoverable to teaching children songs in the ancient Ferrian dialect, constituted acts of cultural affirmation. For the neighbors of residential Sector 3, The Vassek house represented an oasis of humanity amid the depersonalized efficiency that the Confederation promoted. There came not only those who needed medical attention, but also those seeking advice, comfort, or simply a space where they could be treated as people and not as productive units. And while Lyra attended to these visible needs, she carried within her the weight of a secret that, if revealed, could alter not only her life and that of her son, but possibly the fate of all Ferria, that the man now ascending to the presidency of the Galactic Confederation, the same one who promulgated increasingly exploitative policies for mining worlds, was the father of the young man in whom many Ferrians were beginning to place hopes for a better future. 2.3 An engineer among miners. Sector 4 vibrated with the usual hum of drills when Eiran adjusted his protective helmet and verified the levels on his atmospheric analyzer. Around him, dozens of workers moved with a mechanical precision that is only acquired after years underground. There were no unnecessary conversations, only the minimal communication required to maintain the efficiency demanded by Confederate supervisors. Vassek, we need a review in Tunnel E17, informed Markin, the shift coordinator, through the communicator integrated in the helmet. Sensors show fluctuations in the containment field. It's probably just interference, but I'll be there in 5 minutes, responded Eiran, recognizing the implicit concern in that experienced voice. Interferences in containment systems were rarely simple technical failures. As he headed toward the indicated tunnel, Eiran greeted with brief gestures the miners he encountered on his way. Unlike other technicians assigned by the Confederation, who maintained a professional distance from the extraction workers, he knew the names of almost all of them, their family circumstances, even which areas of the mine caused them the most apprehension. "How's that shoulder, Devon?" he asked a burly man who was manipulating a sonic drill with evident discomfort. "Better since your mother gave me that ointment, boy," replied the miner with a tired smile. Although these new drills seemed designed to destroy joints, not rock. Eiran nodded sympathetically. The latest generation tools sent from the Central Worlds rarely considered ergonomics for users who handled them during 12-hour shifts. Another reminder of how the Confederation viewed Ferrians, disposable extensions of machinery. Upon reaching Tunnel E17, Eiran deployed his diagnostic equipment. The gravitational stabilizers flickered with an intermittent amber light, a sign that they were compensating for structural variations in the surrounding rock. He connected his personal terminal to the system and frowned when he saw the data. "It's not interference," he muttered to himself as his fingers flew over the screen, reconfiguring parameters and adjusting stabilization algorithms. What the sensors showed was the beginning of a minor tectonic shift, the type of phenomenon that Confederate geologists categorized as a Category 3 event, controllable risk. What those same geologists, comfortably installed in surface modules, did not understand was that in the depths of Ferria, even controllable events could transform into tragedies if they coincided with other factors: overload in extractors, excessive pressure of compressed air in adjacent tunnels, or simple accumulated fatigue in support systems. While working, Eiran maintained a continuous conversation with the system itself, almost as if he were dialoguing with the mine itself. "Let's reduce the pressure here. Compensate the energy flow. Redirect support to this critical point." His voice, calm and methodical, contrasted with the urgency of his actions. 20 minutes later, the light on the stabilizers had returned to a reassuring green. Eiran checked the parameters one last time before initiating the disconnection of his terminal. "Impressive work, Vassek." The voice behind him took him by surprise. Turning around, he found himself face to face with Jared Nexus, the technical supervisor recently sent from Eternium to optimize extraction operations, according to the official communication. "Just routine, sir," responded Eiran, maintaining the neutral tone he had learned to use with direct representatives of the Confederation. "Routine?" Nexus raised an eyebrow. "You just implemented a solution that would normally require the intervention of a complete team of field engineers. Standard protocols would have demanded evacuating this tunnel for at least 24 hours. Eiran carefully stored his tools. "Standard protocols don't always consider the geological particularities of Ferria, sir." The supervisor studied the young man with renewed interest. "Where did you get your training, Vassek? Your record mentions only the local technical academy, but this..." He pointed toward the stabilizers now functioning perfectly. "This goes beyond the basic maintenance curriculum. I learn by observing, sir. And Ferria is an excellent teacher if one knows how to listen to her." Nexus narrowed his eyes, unsure if that response contained some veiled insolence, but finally nodded. "The Central Engineering Subdivision could benefit from that intuition of yours. You should consider applying for a transfer to one of our orbital stations." With your skills, I would guarantee you a favorable recommendation. The offer, although casually formulated, represented an extraordinary opportunity. Few Ferrians received invitations to leave the planetary surface, and even fewer to integrate into higher technical departments. For any young person with ambitions, it would be the first step toward a completely different life. I appreciate it, sir, responded Eiran after a brief pause. But my place is here. There's still much I can do in these tunnels. As you wish, replied Nexus, not hiding his surprise. Although I warn you that talents like yours are wasted in this dusty hole. When the supervisor walked away, Eiran remained motionless for a moment, contemplating the veins of caridium that shone dimly in the walls of the tunnel. Had he really rejected a way out of Ferria, the possibility of knowing the technological marvels that he had only seen in propaganda transmissions? The answer was in those same shining veins, in the particular rhythm of the fans that regulated the underground atmosphere, in the exhausted but resilient faces of the miners he crossed paths with daily. His technical talent, his ability to understand and modify systems, was not a personal ticket to a better life. It was a tool, perhaps a weapon, whose true purpose was yet to be defined. The stabilizers in E-17 are secure, he reported over the communicator as he resumed his way. But I would recommend reducing drilling intensity in the adjacent tunnel for the next 12 hours. Received, Vassek, responded the coordinator's voice. And thanks. There are 40 men working in that section. That simple phrase, there are 40 men, contained everything he needed to know about his decision. For supervisors like Nexus, those workers were replaceable productive units. For Eiran, they were Devon with his injured shoulder, Carlin who had just become a father, Janice whose wife was treating mineral pneumonia at Lyra's clinic. As he advanced toward his next task, Eiran felt the familiar weight of being a bridge between two worlds, the cold technical world of the Confederation and the warm human world of the miners. An engineer among miners, but above all, a Ferrian among Ferrians. 2.4 Dreams Underground. The last hours of the shift passed with the usual monotonous cadence. After resolving 3 other minor incidents, Eiran finished his round at the deepest level of Sector 4, where a team was working on expanding an exploratory tunnel. He paused for a moment to observe how the enormous excavating machine, affectionately nicknamed Devourer by the miners, bit into the rock with its reinforced alloy teeth. Vassek, are you coming to the shelter after the shift? Asked Arm, an explosives technician who coordinated the sequence of controlled detonations. They say Celine got a shipment of that distilled liquor from Procyon. One that doesn't leave you blind, at least not permanently. Eiran smiled. Another day, Darm. I have to help my mother tonight. Always working, even when the shift ends, commented the technician with a mixture of admiration and concern. It's not healthy, friend. You need something more than tunnels and patience in your life. I have something more, replied Eiran, pointing upward with an ambiguous gesture that could refer to either the sky he rarely saw or something more intangible. On his way to the elevators, Eiran made an impulsive decision. Instead of heading directly to the surface, he diverted his route to a rarely traveled lateral passage. After verifying that no one was watching him, he pressed a specific sequence on what appeared to be an ordinary maintenance panel. A section of the wall silently slid open, revealing a narrow tunnel not registered on the official maps. These passages, vestiges of old abandoned excavations and deliberately omitted from Confederate records, formed a parallel network known only to a handful of Ferrians. Eiran had discovered some by accident during his first years as an apprentice, and others had been revealed to him by veterans who trusted his discretion. He advanced about 200 meters in complete darkness, guided only by memory and the echo of his steps until he reached a small natural chamber. Only then did he activate his helmet lamp, illuminating what he considered his personal sanctuary, a crystal cavern. The spectacle was breathtaking. The walls were covered with crystalline formations that reflected and multiplied the light, creating an artificial firmament of multicolored flashes. These crystals, without commercial value to the Confederation due to their fragility, contained traces of luminescent minerals that reacted to variations in temperature and sound. Eiran sat in the center of the chamber, turned off his lamp, and closed his eyes. Slowly, he began to hum an ancient Ferrian melody, one of the forbidden songs his mother had taught him in the privacy of their home. As the notes resonated in the confined space, the crystals began to vibrate, emitting a faint glow that increased with each measure, as if the cavern itself was participating in that ancestral music. This was his true escape, his refuge not only physical but spiritual. Here, in the luminous solitude, Eiran could allow himself to dream without the restrictions imposed by the daily reality of Ferria. Sometimes he imagined a future where mines were places of exploration and discovery, not exploitation, where Ferrians would excavate to learn the secrets of the planet, not to plunder its entrails. Other times his mind wandered farther, visualizing the central worlds he only knew from stories and propaganda images, wondering if they were really as perfect as portrayed or if beneath their technological brilliance they hid their own forms of misery. "One day we will change this," he murmured, as a promise to the crystals that pulse with their own light in response to his voice. One day Ferria will stop being just an alphanumeric code in the Confederation's records. Were these dreams mere juvenile fantasies or premonitions of something that was already beginning to take shape? Not even he could answer that question. What he did know was that his connection with Ferria transcended the simple familiarity of a native with his environment. In moments like this, he felt that the planet itself was trying to communicate, that the vibrations he perceived were not simple geological phenomena but messages encoded in the exact frequency of the minerals. After almost an hour, Eiran got up. His mother would be waiting, and the clandestine clinic would probably be full of patients. With a last glance at the crystal chamber, now once again plunged into darkness, he set off back toward the main tunnels. On the journey to the surface, he shared the elevator with a group of miners concluding their shift. He observed their faces covered in mineral dust, eyes reddened by constant exposure to atmospheric irritants, shoulders slumped from exhaustion. And as so many other times, he wondered how these men and women, physically weakened by inhumane working conditions, maintained intact an inner resistance that no oppression managed to break. "Have you heard the news?" asked one of them, addressing no one in particular. "The great Chancellor Marvek will visit Ferria in 2 months. Part of his campaign for the presidency." "Surely he'll bring us gifts," replied another with bitter sarcasm. "Perhaps a reduction in oxygen in the residential areas to save us the effort of breathing." Eiran remained silent, but the mention of that name awakened a strange echo within him. Darius Marvek, the principal architect of the policies that had intensified the exploitation of mining worlds during the last decade. The man whose face appeared in official transmissions, promising a prosperous future for all members of the Confederation while signing decrees that reduced safety measures in the mines to increase profit margins. For some reason he couldn't identify, Eiran had always felt a disturbing mixture of fascination and rejection toward that man. Every time he saw him on public monitors, he experienced a vague sensation of recognition that he attributed to the omnipresence of his image in Confederate propaganda. The elevator reached the surface and the doors opened, releasing warm vapor that immediately mixed with the perpetual mist of Talos. While the other miners dispersed toward their respective residential sectors, Eiran directed a final glance toward the invisible sky behind the layer of pollution. Something was changing, not only in Ferria but within himself. The dreams underground that for years had been his private consolation were beginning to transform into something more defined, more urgent. The news of Marvek's visit, although apparently irrelevant to his daily life, seemed a catalyst, the final ingredient necessary for a reaction whose consequences he still couldn't foresee. With that indefinite but powerful presentiment accompanying him like a shadow, Eiran Vassek set off on the path toward the small apartment where his mother waited for him with patience to heal and, although he didn't know it yet, with secrets that would eventually transform his understanding of the world and of himself. Chapter 3, The Rising Politician. 3.1 Darius Marvek. Darius Marvek was never an ordinary man. From his childhood in the heart of Eternium, the capital of the Galactic Confederation, he had understood that the world belonged to those ambitious enough to claim it. He did not come from a noble family or the political elite, but his sharp intellect and ability to maneuver through power structures made him a natural candidate for advancement. His career began at the Government Academy, where he quickly stood out among his peers, not only for his discipline and knowledge but for his ability to anticipate his rivals' movements. His time in the Planetary Administration Subdivision led to his first assignment on the mining world of Ferria, a planet whose riches made it indispensable to the Confederation, but whose living conditions were barely better than those of an industrial prison. There, Marvek learned that true governance did not depend solely on brute force, but on the perception of control. The young supervisor arrived with the intention of implementing reforms. Convinced that productivity would increase if miners received better conditions, he proposed changes in work shifts, improvements in safety, and a slight increase in food rations. But he soon discovered the harsh reality of Confederate politics. Profit margins were more important than the welfare of the population. His superiors in Eternium rejected his initiatives, reminding him that his duty was not to improve the lives of Ferrians, but to ensure the profitability of mining operations. Marvek's discontent was not immediate. He accepted the rules of the game, convinced that only from within the system could he change it. He learned to negotiate with the power figures in Ferria, from extraction supervisors to Confederate administrators. His astuteness in manipulating the expectations of each sector allowed him to rise quickly within the Confederation's bureaucracy. When he was assigned a new position in the Central Worlds, he left Ferria with the feeling that his time there had been only the first step in a career that would take him much further. What he did not foresee was that his stay in Ferria would mark his life in ways that even he would not understand until decades later. Back then, Darius was not the calculating man that the Confederation would know in his maturity. There was a part of him that still believed in ideals, in the possibility of leadership that balanced efficiency with justice. It was that part that was attracted to Lyra Vassek, a woman who embodied everything the Confederation had forgotten: strength, pride, and an unbreakable connection with her people. Their relationship was a well-kept secret. For Darius, Lyra represented a respite in the midst of cold political machinery. With her, he found moments of authenticity, of a humanity he rarely experienced in the structures of power. But ambition called him, and when he received his transfer to Eternium, he did not hesitate to take it. He believed that Lyra would understand, that his departure was not an abandonment but a necessary sacrifice to achieve a future where he could truly change the destiny of planets like Ferria. He never knew that he was leaving something else behind. Decades later, as Supreme Chancellor and candidate for the presidency of the Confederation, Ferria re-entered his life. He was no longer the young supervisor with dreams of reform, but an architect of the system he had once questioned. His policies had reinforced control over the mining worlds, increasing extraction and stifling any attempt at resistance. The Confederation needed resources, and Ferria was an indispensable source of power. When news of disturbances on the planet reached his ears, Marvek felt not alarm, but irritation. For him, Ferria was just another gear in the vast machinery of the Confederation, and effective gears were replaced or adjusted with the necessary force. He ordered reinforcements, established stricter control measures, and sent emissaries to appease any dissent. But the resistance did not vanish. On the contrary, it grew. And at the center of that insurrection, a name began to stand out: Eiran Vassek. At first, he was just one report among many. A young engineer turned leader of the miners, someone with unusual tactical knowledge and a charisma that defied established authority. But as more details emerged about him, something in Marvek began to stir. His background was unusual for a Ferrian. His way of speaking, his strategic capacity, his way of challenging the established order. There was something about him that seemed vaguely familiar. It was then when, in a particularly detailed report, he saw an image of the rebel leader. And for the first time in years, Darius Marvek felt afraid. Because in the eyes of that young insurgent, he saw a reflection that was too familiar. An echo of his own past that he could not ignore. Darius Marvek, the man who had built his life on control and strategy, found himself facing a truth he was not prepared to confront. And Ferria, the world he thought he had left behind, was about to become the stage for his greatest confrontation, not only against a revolution but against the blood he never knew he had shed. 3.2 The Path to Power. Darius Marvek understood from a very young age that politics was not a field of ideals, but of strategies. His time in Ferria taught him lessons that, at the time, he did not fully appreciate, but which eventually shaped his rise in the Galactic Confederation. After his experience in the mining world, his political career gained tremendous momentum. His talent for efficient administration and his adaptability made him a valuable official for the Confederation. Since his return to Eternium, he knew that his destiny was not in the simple management of colonies, but in the highest sphere of power. The first steps in bureaucracy. Marvek's first big break was his assignment to the Department of Strategic Resources, where his knowledge of mining exploitation allowed him to develop more aggressive extraction policies, without completely compromising the stability of the producing planets. This efficiency earned him recognition from influential figures within the Great Confederate Council. Despite resistance from some progressive sectors that denounced the inhumane conditions in the mining worlds, the Confederation only cared about results, and Darius Marvek delivered them with surgical precision. Soon, his reputation as a pragmatic reformer earned him a promotion to the Planetary Governance Subdivision. There, his task was simple in theory but complex in practice: to ensure that peripheral worlds remained functional for the Confederation without erupting into open rebellion. Marvek refined his strategies, applying a combination of incentives and military control to maintain order. He was not a brutal dictator, but neither was he a savior. His approach consisted of managing tensions in a fragile balance, allowing minor revolts to die out before becoming real threats. It was during this stage that he began to develop his long-term vision. He understood that power was not found in middle management, or even in planetary administration, but in the ability to shape the Confederation's perception of its own future. Thus, he began to move in higher circles, cultivating strategic alliances with senators and leaders of technology corporations. The race to the Supreme Chancellery. Marvek's ascent culminated in his appointment as Minister of Colonial Development, a key position that gave him control over Confederate expansion and the administration of new territories. His management was relentless and efficient. Under his direction, the Confederation annexed 4 more star systems in less than a decade, securing new resources to sustain its economy and military apparatus. This success consolidated his candidacy for the Supreme Chancellery. With his track record of results and his image as a strong but rational leader, Marvek won by a wide margin, becoming the most powerful man in the Confederation, except for the Supreme Council, which still limited his actions in certain aspects. From his position as Chancellor, he implemented reforms that optimized the bureaucratic apparatus, strengthened the Galactic Fleet, and increased production in the mining worlds. His policies ensured that the Confederation maintained its hegemony, but at a cost. The peripheral worlds, already exploited to the limit, began to show signs of deeper discontent. The dilemma of absolute power. Consolidated in power, Marvek understood that his legacy depended on one final goal: the presidency of the Galactic Confederation. If he achieved this position, he would have full authority to reform the system from within or reinforce it until it became unbreakable. However, just when his victory seemed assured, Ferria once again stood in his way. The rebellion in the mining world not only threatened the stability of his administration but also revealed a truth he had never foreseen, that the leader of the resistance, Eiran Vassek, was his own son. Now, as his campaign unfolded, Darius Marvek had to face not only the political challenges of the Confederation but also the ghosts of his past. And in that dilemma lay the most important decision of his life: to crush the insurgency as he had done with so many others before, or to reconsider the very foundations upon which he had built his power. 3.3 Buried Memories. Darius Marvek contemplated the immense window of his office in Eternium, the resplendent jewel of the Galactic Confederation. From the height of the Supreme Chancellery, the city stretched out like a network of light and impossible structures, a manifestation of the order he himself had helped strengthen. However, his mind was far from there. He found himself trapped in the echoes of a past he believed he had buried. The reports from Ferria arrived in waves, each more concerning than the last. The tensions he once considered controlled were reaching a critical point. As he read the names of the resistance leaders, his gaze paused on one in particular, Eiran Vassek. Each time he saw it, an uncomfortable, almost suffocating sensation overwhelmed him. There was something about that young insurgent that seemed disturbingly familiar. Nevertheless, amid the political uncertainty, Marvek forced himself to focus on the present. He couldn't allow distractions, not now that the Confederation was at a turning point. His rise to the presidency depended on how he handled this crisis. Shadows in memory. However, no matter how much he tried to evade it, his mind betrayed him. He closed his eyes and, unwittingly, found himself transported decades back, to a world covered in dust and shadows, where reality wasn't measured in votes or power strategies, but in the sweat of miners and the shine of minerals extracted from the bowels of Ferria. He remembered the day he arrived on that planet. A young and ambitious supervisor, with the conviction that he could make a difference. He remembered his first encounter with Lyra Vassek, the woman who challenged him like no one before. Lyra, with her unbreakable determination, her fierce intelligence, and her beauty that resided not only in her physical appearance but in the intensity of her spirit. His memories intertwined with emotions he thought extinct. The warmth of nights shared in humble rooms, away from the gaze of Confederate bureaucrats. The passionate discussions about Ferria's future, about the dignity of its people, and the true meaning of power. And then, the farewell. Quick, inevitable, almost cruel. He left without looking back, not knowing that he was leaving more than just memories in that world. Now, seated in his office, he understood that he had never really left Ferria. A part of him remained there, buried along with broken promises and lost illusions. And now that past was returning, not in the form of nostalgia, but as a tangible threat that put everything he had built at risk. Echoes of Destiny. Marvek activated the holoprojector and requested a new report. The images floated before him, showing the recent demonstrations in Talos, the riots in the mines, and finally, Eiran's face. He analyzed the young man's features with meticulous scrutiny. It was evident that he possessed the charisma and presence of a natural leader. His gestures, his way of speaking, everything about him radiated a determination that could not be ignored. But what disturbed him most was the sense of déjà vu, as if he were seeing a younger version of himself. His thoughts were interrupted by an urgent notification. His assistant's voice resonated in the office. "Chancellor, the governor of Ferria requests an immediate meeting. The situation is escalating faster than anticipated." Darius took a deep breath and closed his eyes for a brief moment. He knew he had to act with coldness and precision, as he had always done. But this time, for the first time in his career, he felt that the enemy he faced was not just an insurgency in a mining world. It was his own past, demanding answers. 3.4 The presidential campaign. The echo of his speech still resonated in the hallways of the Grand Council when Darius Marvek left the main chamber. It was a familiar sensation, the tension of politics, the need to measure every word, to read the faces of the senators and anticipate their reactions. For decades he had played this game masterfully, rising step by step until becoming the Supreme Chancellor of the Galactic Confederation. And now, the ultimate goal was within his reach, the presidency. With his candidacy officially announced, his every move was closely examined. He knew that his platform of expansion and stability resonated with the industrial and military sectors, but the recent disturbances in Ferria threatened to tarnish his image as a firm and pragmatic leader. His advisors warned him that the crisis in the mining world could cost him the support of peripheral systems, where discontent with the Confederation was growing. The Ferria dilemma. Marvek reviewed the most recent reports. The insurgency was organized, much more than analysts had anticipated. Local authorities seemed incapable of suppressing the movement without extreme measures, something he could not afford right in the middle of the campaign. Public opinion in the Central Worlds had no interest in the problems of a mining planet, but if violence escalated too much, his political opponents would use it against him. Eiran Vassek's face appeared in every report. Marvek couldn't look away from those familiar features, from the intense gaze he remembered seeing before. The revelation of his connection to the young rebel leader was a shadow that haunted him, although no one else seemed to have made the connection yet. "What would you do in my place, Lyra?" he whispered to himself, remembering the only person who had ever questioned his ambition. He knew he had to act quickly. His campaign team suggested a dual strategy: offer moderate concessions to appease the population of Ferria while strengthening security on the planet to prevent the insurrection from growing. But Marvek had doubts. Ferria wasn't just a political problem, but a reflection of his past, a reminder of the decisions that had brought him to this point. The political confrontation. As his team adjusted the details of his next debate against his main opponent, Senator Lorian Tyrak, Marvek understood that the battle would not only be fought in Ferria, but on the political stage of Eternium. Tyrak represented the reformist faction, those who advocated for a change in the relationship between the Confederation and the peripheral worlds. He would use the Ferria crisis as an example of the current system's decadence. The confrontation was inevitable. Marvek knew that his best defense was to project the image of a leader who understood the Confederation's difficulties but also had the will to preserve it. In his speech, he emphasized the importance of order and stability, presenting his vision of a strengthened Confederation, capable of expanding without compromising its internal security. The debate was intense. Tyrak attacked his record, pointing out the exploitation policies in the mining worlds. Marvek responded with pragmatism, reminding that without the resources of Ferria and other industrial planets, the Confederation would crumble. But even as he spoke, he felt a pang of doubt. Was it true? Or was it simply the narrative he had convinced himself to believe? The inevitable visit. His campaign strategists concluded that the only way to control the situation in Ferria was for Marvek to visit the planet. Showing himself as a present leader, willing to dialogue, could soften public perception and prevent Tyrak from capitalizing on the conflict. The trip was scheduled quickly. As his ship descended toward the surface of Ferria, Marvek observed the arid expanse of the planet through the window. It had been so long since his last visit that the landscape seemed almost foreign. But inside, he knew that this world still held something of his. It wasn't just a diplomatic visit. It was a confrontation with his past. And, perhaps, with the future he hadn't foreseen. Chapter 4, Secrets of the Past. 4.1 The Forbidden Romance. Darius Marvek had never expected to fall in love on Ferria. His arrival on the planet was nothing more than a stepping stone in his rise within the Confederation, a trial by fire where he would demonstrate his capacity for leadership and adaptation. His mission was clear: optimize resource extraction and guarantee political stability without altering the fragile balance of the mining colony too much. There was no room for sentimental distractions. However, Everything changed the night he met Eiran Vassek. Encounter in the twilight Ferria was a world of perpetual shadows, with skies darkened by suspended mineral dust. The artificial lights of Talos shone weakly through the mist, projecting distorted figures in the alleyways and abandoned tunnels. It was in these spaces where the Ferrians maintained their essence, far from the vigilance of the Confederation. It was in one of those clandestine refuges where Darius saw her for the first time. He shouldn't have been there. His status as supervisor kept him apart from the spaces where Ferrian resistance was forged in whispers and furtive glances. But curiosity and a feeling of disconnection led him to venture outside the safe perimeter of the administrative complex. Lyra was different from any woman he had known. Her presence didn't depend on ornaments or titles, authority emanated from her naturally. Her black hair, illuminated by the glow of plasma lamps, fell over her shoulders with elegant disorder. But what caught Darius's attention most were her eyes, dark, intense, defiant. "You don't look like a miner," she said, studying him cautiously. Darius smiled, aware that his attire and bearing gave him away. "I'm not," he responded, not bothering to lie. She didn't flinch. In Ferria, people learned to measure strangers with their gaze before deciding if they were worth it. Lyra was no different. "Then, what is a Confederation supervisor doing in a Ferrian refuge?" she asked, with a hint of mockery. Darius didn't have a clear answer. Perhaps he was seeking to better understand the people he administered, or maybe he simply yearned for a conversation that wasn't filtered through formalities and political strategies. Whatever the case, the conversation with Lyra flowed with surprising ease. They talked about Ferria, about the Confederation, about injustices that no one in the central government openly admitted. She didn't hide her disdain for the system, but neither was she imprudent. She knew how to play the game. That night marked the beginning of something neither could foresee. A relationship in the shadows. What began as sporadic encounters soon became something more. Darius found excuses to get away from his duties and seek her out in the hidden corners of Talos. Lyra, despite her initial distrust, allowed him to enter her world. With time, the boundaries between them blurred. For Lyra, Darius represented a strange balance between what she hated and what she wanted to change. He wasn't like the other supervisors. He listened, questioned, doubted. For Darius, Lyra was an anchor to a reality that the Confederation ignored. With her, he discovered an uncomfortable truth, that the policies he implemented from his office had a human cost he could no longer justify. They loved each other in the shadows, conscious that their relationship was doomed. Darius knew that his future was in Eternium, that his ambition would take him far from Ferria. Lyra never asked him to stay, but neither did she allow him to forget what he was leaving behind. It was on one of those furtive nights when she whispered a truth that would haunt him for the rest of his life. "Someday, this planet will rise up. Not because we wish it, but because they will leave us no other choice." Darius didn't respond. Deep down, he feared she was right. The inevitable separation, the call to return to the capital, came sooner than expected. His performance in Ferria had been impeccable from the Confederation's perspective, and his promotion was guaranteed. He couldn't reject the opportunity. The farewell was brief, without promises or false hopes. Darius tried to find the right words, but Lyra only looked at him with her usual intensity. "Go," she finally said, with no trace of resentment in her voice. "Do what you have to do." And so, Darius Marvek left Ferria, convinced that his story with Lyra was just a closed chapter in his life. He didn't know that on that dusty planet, in the twilight of a mining city, he had left more than memories. He had left a legacy. 4.2 The departure of Darius. The metallic echo of his footsteps reverberated through the sterile corridors of Ferria's administrative complex. Darius Marvek knew that night would mark the end of an era in his life, though he did not yet fully grasp the magnitude of what he was leaving behind. His transfer to Eternium had been confirmed. The council deemed him a promising asset, someone capable of climbing the Confederate hierarchy. For Darius, this was the opportunity he had awaited since first setting foot on that mining planet. Yet the triumph that should have accompanied his ascent was shadowed by a lingering unease, the same unease that had haunted him since Eiran Vassek stopped replying to his messages. An unspoken farewell. Since arriving on Ferria, Lyra had been an inescapable presence in his life. She had challenged him like no one else, revealing a worldview the Confederation had never shown him. With her, he discovered a version of himself he rarely allowed to surface, a man who questioned power structures rather than upholding them. And yet, when the chance for advancement came, he seized it without hesitation. He knew his path did not lie on Ferria. That night, as the transport ship waited on the launch pad, Darius wandered the streets of Talos, seeking one final conversation, a proper goodbye. He convinced himself he couldn't leave without seeing her again. But when he reached her small dwelling in the lower districts, it stood empty. A neighbor told him Lyra had vanished hours earlier, leaving no word of her destination. A strange hollowness settled in Darius's chest. Perhaps she had known he would leave and denied him the chance to explain. Or perhaps his departure had never mattered to her. There was no way to know. He returned to the complex in silence, certain he had left something irreplaceable on Ferria. The journey to Eternium, the trip to the Confederate capital, was a stark contrast. The officers' transport ships weren't luxurious, but compared to Ferria's harshness, they felt like a leap into the future Darius had craved. As he watched the mining planet vanish beneath an ochre haze through the viewport, he told himself this was right. Yet his mind drifted back to the tunnels, to conversations in the dim glow of clandestine shelters, to Lyra's voice insisting Ferria would one day rise. He wondered if he'd ever walk that soil again. When the ship entered Eternium's orbit and the majestic galactic city unfolded before him, he knew his fate was sealed. Politics beckoned. The Confederation had plans for him, and he couldn't afford to look back. Not then. Not when he still didn't understand what he'd truly left behind. 4.3 The birth of a son. The perpetual twilight of Ferria shrouded the mining city of Talos as Eiran Vassek felt the first pangs of pain. It was not unexpected. Her taut, rounded belly had long signaled the imminent arrival of her child. Yet a strange mix of emotions flooded her as she prepared to bring into the world the only person who would share her blood on this hostile planet. Since Darius Marvek's departure, Lyra had vowed her son would grow free from the shadow of the Confederation, unburdened by a political legacy he'd never asked for. She would not tell him his father was a man climbing the ranks of power, one who likely never looked back at the world he'd left behind. Instead, she would teach him to be strong, to value community, and to embrace the resilience of Ferria's people. Lyra was in her modest home, a reinforced metal structure in Talos's impoverished districts. She distrusted the Confederation's hospital, preferring the care of the sector's midwives, women who, for generations, had brought life into a world ruled by exploitation and sacrifice. A birth among shadows. Little Eiran Vassek entered the world in silence. For the first seconds, Lyra held her breath, fearing the worst. Then, a cry tore through the room's stillness. It was strong, resolute, and drew smiles from the women assisting her. "He has the voice of a leader," one murmured, handing her the baby swaddled in recycled cloth. Lyra cradled him to her chest, feeling an unexpected peace. Her son. Her flesh and blood. Her greatest challenge and deepest hope. She studied his tiny face, his squinting eyes just beginning to glimpse the world. In that moment, she swore she would fight to give him a life better than the one Ferria had offered thus far. "Welcome, little one," she whispered tenderly. "You will not be a slave to this world. You will not be a tool of the Confederation. You will be free." The early years on Ferria. Raising a child on Ferria was no simple task. Lyra worked as a healer in the mining districts, tending to those who couldn't afford Confederate medical care. From infancy, Eiran accompanied her, learning early to understand his people's suffering. He had no fancy toys or access to the supervisor's children's education, but he possessed something far more valuable: the respect and love of his community. By 3, he navigated Talos's streets with the confidence of one who belonged. By 5, he assisted in his mother's makeshift clinic, fetching water and bandages. By 10, he began asking questions Lyra couldn't always answer. "Mother, why does the Confederation treat us this way?" he asked one day as they cleaned medical tools. Lyra paused, meeting his gaze solemnly. It was a dangerous question, but inevitable. She knew she couldn't shield him forever. All she could do was prepare him. "Because they fear what we could become if we were free," she replied at last. "They fear what you could become, Eiran." A destiny unfolding. With each passing year, Lyra saw traces of Darius Marvek in her son, not just his intense gaze and resolute bearing, but his ability to inspire others. Eiran was no ordinary child. His natural charisma drew people in, even adults, who sensed in him a quiet strength impossible to ignore. At 15, he began working in the mines as an engineering apprentice. From day one, he displayed an exceptional grasp of excavation and safety systems, skills that soon made him indispensable. But what truly set him apart was his sense of justice. Lyra watched with pride and dread as her son unwittingly became a leader. She saw in him a spark of something greater, a destiny not yet fully revealed. Though she never spoke of his father, in her heart she knew, the day Eiran discovered the truth would alter Ferria's destiny forever. 4.4 The hidden truth. Lyra Vassek watched her son from the small window of her dwelling in Talos. Eiran had grown strong, with the determination and charisma of a natural leader. But he had also grown with questions that she had avoided answering for too long. She knew that sooner or later the moment would come to face the truth, but she had always hoped for a better moment, a safer context. Now, with Ferria on the edge of open insurrection and the Confederation strengthening its control, that moment had arrived earlier than expected. The weight of a secret. For years, Lyra had built her life around a half-truth. She never told Eiran that his father was Darius Marvek, current Supreme Chancellor and candidate for the presidency of the Galactic Confederation. Instead, she told him vague stories of a man she once loved, but who could not stay. A man trapped in the machinery of power, unable to see beyond his own ambitions. However, Eiran never stopped asking. In every gesture, in every decision he made, Lyra saw Marvek's shadow, the same sharp mind, the same intensity in his eyes. She could no longer deny him his origin. "Mother," Eiran said one night, when they were alone in their home, "I know you're hiding something from me. I've always felt there's a part of me I don't know. I need to know the truth." Lyra took a deep breath. There was no way to soften what she was about to say. "Eiran, your father is Darius Marvek." The silence that followed was as heavy as the rock from the mines. Eiran stared at her, not fully understanding. Then, little by little, his expression changed from disbelief to contained fury. "That's impossible," he whispered. "He is the man who has condemned Ferria. How could he be my father?" Lyra held his gaze firmly. "Because before being the Chancellor, before becoming what he is now, he was just a man. A man who believed, for a brief moment, that he could change the world. I was part of that moment. And you were the result." Eiran moved away, walking around the small room like a caged animal. His mind tried to process the information, but all he felt was rage. His mother had raised him with values of justice, of resistance against the Confederation. And now, discovering that he shared blood with the man who symbolized Ferria's oppression. It was unbearable. "Did you hide it from me out of shame?" he asked harshly. Lyra shook her head. "I hid it from you because I didn't want you to carry his shadow. I wanted you to be free to choose your own path, without the influence of his legacy." But Eiran was no longer listening. His mind was elsewhere, reconstructing every moment of his life in light of this new revelation. His struggle, his hatred toward the Confederation, everything took on a different nuance. Was his rebellion an unconscious echo of his own blood? Or was it proof that he was not like Marvek? A new determination. Eiran left the house, leaving behind his mother with eyes full of sadness. He didn't hate her, but he couldn't stay there. He needed answers, and there was only one man who could give them to him. Darius Marvek would soon arrive at Ferria on his political tour. Eiran was no longer just planning an insurrection. He was planning to confront his father. Part 2, Sparks of Rebellion. Chapter 5, The Tragedy in Sector 7. 5.1 Omens of Disaster. The sun of Ferria never shone brightly. The perpetual layer of dust and industrial waste tinted the sky a constant sepia tone, a visual oppression that matched the mood of its inhabitants. In the mines of Sector 7, activity never stopped, not even in the face of growing concerns about the stability of the terrain. Production had to continue. The Confederation accepted no excuses. Eiran Vassek, now chief engineer of his crew, reviewed the tunnel stability reports. Something didn't fit. The pressure sensors showed unusual fluctuations, small variations in the rock structure that could be early signs of a collapse. It wasn't the first time he had seen these readings, but this time they were more pronounced. He tried to alert the Confederate supervisors, but his report was met with indifference. "There's no room for delays, Vassek," Supervisor Keller told him, a thin man with a calculating look. "If there's an anomaly, readjust the stabilizers and move forward. We can't afford interruptions now that the Chancellor's visit is approaching." Eiran clenched his fists, containing his frustration. It wasn't the first time that production goals were prioritized over worker safety, but this time he had a bad feeling. "Keller, I'm not talking about a small adjustment. If we continue drilling in this area without reinforcing the structure, we could be causing a disaster." The supervisor gave him a cold look. "Do your job, Vassek. If you're afraid, there are others who can take your place." Eiran knew that arguing was useless. He turned to his crew members, men and women whose faces reflected the same concern. They knew that Ferria's mines could be lethal, but they also knew they had no choice. The Confederation did not forgive those who refused to work. "Reduce the power of the drills in this sector," he ordered quietly to his team when Keller walked away. "We can't stop, but we can try to minimize the damage." Some nodded, others looked at him with doubts. Disobedience, however subtle, could cost them their job. Or their life. However, they trusted Eiran. They had seen him anticipate failures before, save lives with his knowledge and warnings. If he said there was danger, they believed him. That night, while reviewing the data in his modest lodging, Eiran felt a pressure in his chest. Something was about to happen. Something that would change the fate of Ferria forever. 5.2 The collapse. The alarms activated too late. The tunnel in Sector 7, where crews worked tirelessly, began to vibrate with an ominous frequency. The ground creaked beneath the miners' boots, and the fine dust accumulated on the walls began to detach in a grayish rain. At first, many thought it was a simple instability, like so many others they had endured before. But Eiran Vassek knew immediately that this time was different. Out of the tunnel, he shouted, his voice barely audible amid the growing roar of the yielding rock. The workers closest to him reacted quickly, dropping their tools and running toward the exit. However, others further away, concentrated on their tasks or unable to understand the magnitude of the danger, were slow to move. A dull thunder rumbled in the depths of the mine, and in an instant, the earth split with a crash that shook the entire sector. The tunnel ceiling collapsed. Rocks the size of vehicles fell in a cascade, crushing structures and cutting ventilation ducts. The lights installed on the walls burst in a shower of sparks, plunging the tunnel into the intermittent gloom of emergency alarms. The screams of trapped miners mingled with the din of the collapse, creating a cacophony of despair. Eiran, still in the access area, saw how a group of workers became trapped on the other side of a wall of debris. Without thinking, he ran toward them, dodging the rock fragments that continued to fall. "Come on, this way." He pointed to a side passage that still stood. But then he felt the ground trembling again. The second wave of the collapse came with unexpected violence, causing a new section of the mine to give way. The air filled with thick, suffocating dust. Eiran coughed, his throat burning with the mixture of mineral particles and smoke from damaged electrical systems. Around him, visibility was reduced to almost zero. The silence following the collapse was even more terrifying. Only the moans of the injured and the sound of the rock still settling remained. The atmosphere was heavy, charged with the palpable fear of the survivors. Eiran felt around until he found a miner who was coughing with difficulty. He helped him to sit up. Keller is still in there," whispered the man, pointing toward the buried tunnel. Eiran felt a knot in his stomach. Keller, the supervisor who had ignored his warnings, was trapped on the other side of the collapse. He felt no compassion for him, but he couldn't ignore that there were other workers with him. He looked around, searching for signs of life among the debris. Then, he heard a sound that froze his blood, a deep creak, as if the mine itself were groaning. If the pressure continued to increase, the collapse could extend to other sectors. "We have to get out of here," he ordered, helping the injured to move. With oxygen decreasing and escape routes compromised, each step became a battle against desperation. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, they reached a safe area where rescue crews were beginning to organize. From there, Eiran looked toward the buried tunnel. He knew he had lost many comrades that day. But he also knew that this was not an accident. It was a sentence dictated by the Confederation's negligence. The collapse of Sector 7 would not only take lives, but would mark the beginning of something bigger. Something that neither the Confederation nor Eiran himself could yet foresee, the first great outbreak of the rebellion. 5.3 Tears and Rage. The dust had not yet settled when the echo of laments began to spread through Sector 7. The darkness of the collapsed tunnel was absolute, barely broken by the erratic flashes of emergency lights that still functioned. Among the ruins, the groans of the injured mingled with the desperate shouts of those searching for their companions in the debris. Eiran Vassek, his face covered in soot and blood, looked around. His chest heaved with a mixture of exhaustion and contained fury. He knew he had done everything possible to save his people, but that wasn't enough. His gaze fixed on the lifeless bodies of miners who failed to escape. With each face he recognized, a searing anger accumulated inside him. The rescue crews arrived shortly after, bringing tools to clear the way and improvised medical equipment. Supervisor Keller, who had ignored Eiran's warnings, was among the missing. For many, his fate generated no sympathy, but Eiran could only think about the number of lives that could have been saved if proper precautions had been taken. "This was not an accident," he roared, striking a rock with his closed fist. The miners' gazes turned toward him, seeking a voice to express what everyone felt. They knew the tunnel was unstable. "They knew this could happen and still forced us to keep drilling," he continued, his voice resonating in the vault blackened by the disaster. Lyra appeared among the crowd, her expression hardened by pain and helplessness. She approached her son and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Eiran, now is not the time to act out of rage," she whispered, but he gently moved her aside, his eyes burning with determination. "Mother, there's no more time for fear," he responded, his voice firm but not broken. Today we have lost brothers, sisters, friends. If we don't do something, tomorrow there will be more. We cannot continue to endure this injustice. The faces surrounding him reflected the same indignation. Hardened miners, young workers, even some members of the rescue crews nodded in silence. The collapse had not only destroyed a tunnel, but had ignited a spark in the hearts of the Ferrians. Eiran turned toward the crowd, his presence imposing despite the dirt and blood on his clothes. We are not disposable tools. We are not slaves of the Confederation. They have exploited us, they have ignored us, and today they have murdered us. But this will not go unpunished. A murmur of approval ran through the group. Pain was transforming into rage. The tragedy in Sector 7 had been the breaking point. And while tears still ran down their faces, the survivors began to understand that their struggle was just beginning. 5.4 The Confederation's response. The silence in Ferria lasted briefly. Just a few hours after the collapse in Sector 7, when dust still floated in the tunnels and rescuers continued to remove bodies, the Confederation reacted. From Eternium, the Supreme Chancellor issued an official communication declaring the incident a regrettable tragedy and announcing an investigation into safety conditions in the mines. Empty words for the Ferrians. For them, the real response came in the form of military patrols, transports descending on the outskirts of Talos, and a tightening of control measures in the city. Eiran Vassek observed from the height of one of the damaged structures how soldiers descended from the ships with their dark uniforms and the Confederation emblem shining on their chests. Military presence had always been part of life in Ferria, but now it felt different. More ships. More men. More weapons. From the administrative complex, the new Confederate governor, Anton Valen, was broadcast on official channels. His speech was calculated, designed to reassure the Central Worlds more than the inhabitants of Ferria. The Confederation is here to guarantee safety and stability. All necessary measures will be taken to prevent further loss of life and preserve the essential production of our mining sector. Rumors of negligence or sabotage will be treated as acts of disinformation and punished accordingly. Sabotage. The word ignited a spark among the Ferrians. It wasn't the first time the Confederation had tried to blame them for their own misfortunes, but this time it felt like something more. Like a threat. For Eiran, this confirmed everything. The Confederation would not seek justice or reparation. It would seek control. The tightening of restrictions. In the days that followed, Ferria changed. The access points to the mines were militarized, and checkpoints were established at every entrance and exit of Talos. Anyone who couldn't demonstrate a clear purpose in the city was arrested or expelled to the periphery, where life was even harder. Confederate supervisors now moved with armed escorts. Curfews were imposed. Official broadcasts intensified their propaganda, and opposition was silenced with arbitrary detentions. They want to silence the pain, Lyra murmured, frowning as she watched one of the patrols drag an old man out of his house for incitement to disobedience. But pain was not so easily silenced. The spark of resistance. Rumors of clandestine meetings began to spread. Some spoke of sabotage to Confederate supplies, of workers who slowed production with accidental failures. Others said that groups of young people, furious and desperate, were planning something bigger. Eiran didn't need to seek out these groups. They found him. Vassek, said a tall man with a weathered face. The people follow you. We cannot let this stand. He didn't respond immediately. He looked around at the faces hardened by years of exploitation, at the fiery eyes of those who were no longer afraid. Ferria had waited too long. And now the Confederation had given its response. It was Ferria's turn to respond. Chapter 6. Seeds of Resistance. 6.1. The clandestine meetings. The atmosphere in Ferria had changed. The tightening of Confederate measures after the collapse of Sector 7 and the arrival of military patrols in Talos had completely suffocated any illusion of justice. Rage and frustration were palpable in the faces of miners and merchants, in the prolonged silences and in the evasive glances exchanged in the streets. But fear could only last so long before transforming into something else. Eiran noticed it first in the whispers. Rumors that circulated in the mines, in the workshops, in the dark corridors where surveillance couldn't reach. There was talk of workers who slowed production with accidental failures, of mineral shipments mysteriously disappearing before reaching Confederate transports, of soldiers who woke up unconscious in alleys with no memory of how they got there. But the rumors also spoke of something bigger. There are meetings, Tarm whispered to him one night in Celine's tavern. Not just disgruntled workers. There are plans. Eiran looked at him in silence, analyzing his words. He knew this moment would come. The Confederation had pulled the rope too tight, and Ferria had been patient for too long. However, Organizing resistance wasn't a game. One mistake, one word in the wrong ear, and all hope of rebellion could crumble before it began. "Take me there," he finally ordered. That same night, they met in an abandoned warehouse near the city limits. Inside, about 20 people of different ages and occupations were murmuring in small groups. The air was charged with tension, but also with determination. When Eiran entered, several gazes fell upon him. They knew who he was. A tall man with a weathered face and a scar on his cheek stepped forward. His voice was deep, measured. "Vassek. The people follow you. We cannot let this stand." Eiran looked around. Some were miners he had known for years, others were ordinary citizens who had lost family members in the collapse or in recent raids. And then there were the young people, those who had never known any life other than oppression and who were now willing to risk everything for change. "What have you planned?" he asked. The man with the scar gave a tense smile. "First, survive. Then, make them understand that they won't break us." Eiran nodded. Ferria had waited too long. Now, the Confederation had given its response. It was Ferria's turn to respond. 6.2. First Allies. Eiran Vassek knew that resistance couldn't survive without support. The indignation in Talos grew with each passing day under the Confederate yoke, but anger alone was not enough. They needed allies. They needed resources. They needed minds willing to risk everything for a different future. The first meeting took place in the abandoned tunnels of the E-17 mine. There, where dust and silence covered everything, a handful of men and women met with the same desire for freedom. Among them were Tarm, the explosives technician, Celine, the black market supplies merchant, and Markin, a veteran miner who had seen too many injustices to continue tolerating them in silence. "Protesting is not enough," said Eiran, his voice resonating off the rock walls. "The Confederation doesn't see us as people, only as replaceable parts. If we want to change this, we must become something they cannot ignore." Tarm crossed his arms. He was a tough man, with scars on his hands and a gaze that had seen too much suffering. "And what do you suggest? Sabotage? War? We don't have weapons, Vassek. We barely have enough to survive." Eiran nodded. He knew it wouldn't be easy, but he also knew they weren't as defenseless as it seemed. "We don't need weapons, at least not yet. What we need is coordination. Information. If we control the flow of resources within Talos, if we know how and when the Confederation moves, we can find their weaknesses. And then, when the right moment comes, we'll strike where it hurts them most." Celine's eyes gleamed with interest. Her black market business gave her access to supply routes and contacts that could be invaluable to the cause. "I can get information about shipments arriving from the capital," she offered. "Medicines, food, spare parts for machinery. Everything passes through the Confederate supervisors before reaching us. If we know what's moving and when, we could redistribute it." Markin, the oldest in the group, nodded slowly. "For years I've watched how they exploit us, how they use us until we're no longer useful and then discard us. But I never thought we could do anything about it. Maybe it's time to try." Thus was born the first cell of the Ferrian resistance. They weren't soldiers or strategists, but they knew every corner of Talos, every forgotten tunnel, every flaw in the Confederation's distribution system. They became shadows within their own world, moving without being detected, organizing small acts of sabotage, diverting supplies, protecting those who dared to challenge the established order. And while the Confederation continued with its methods of oppression, without realizing it, the seed of rebellion had already taken root. Ferria was awakening. Here's the English translation of your text. 6.3. Maps and plans. The underground was now the home of the resistance. In the abandoned tunnels of the E-17 mine, the air smelled of dampness and rust, and portable lamps cast elongated shadows on the rock walls. Eiran Vassek, surrounded by his growing group of allies, spread out a set of maps on an improvised table. They were plans of Talos and its surroundings, some obtained from old mining supervision offices, others hand-drawn by miners who knew every crack and passage of the subsoil. "If we want to strike the Confederation, we must first know our own terrain better than they do," said Eiran, pointing to the main roads of the city. "We cannot face them in an open war, but we can make every step they take and Ferria cost them more than they expect." Celine, the black market trader, leaned over the maps. Her contacts allowed her to know the supply routes that arrived from the capital. She marked several lines with chalk on the worn parchment. "Here, here, and here," she said, pointing to 3 spots at the access points to Talos. "These are the main logistics corridors. If we block or divert the shipments, we can make the city starve. Or force the Confederation to ration what arrives." Markin, the veteran miner, frowned. If the population starts to suffer more than necessary, we could lose their support. It's not about depriving them of resources, Eiran intervened. It's about redistributing them. We need to find ways to take control without making people suffer more than necessary. We know the Confederation stores provisions in the outskirt depots. If we manage to access them, we could redirect supplies to those who really need them. Tarm, the explosives technician, exhaled impatiently. We can sabotage their refineries. Nothing destructive, just enough to slow down their production. Every day they lose in repairs is a day when Ferria breathes a little more freedom. Those present nodded. They knew they couldn't act without a solid plan, and therein lay the importance of the maps. They served not only to visualize the territory but to coordinate their movements. Lyra, Eiran's mother and the voice of experience in the meeting, looked at her son seriously. This goes beyond military strategy. The people of Ferria need something to believe in. Everything we do must send a message, that we are not alone, that there is hope. Eiran observed her in silence. She was right. The resistance couldn't be limited to attacks and sabotage. They needed organization, structure, and a clear vision of a better future. From now on, every Confederate patrol that leaves the city will be tracked, he continued. Every supervisor who abuses their authority will be documented. Every vulnerable point in their communications network will be identified. We're going to build an information system that allows us to anticipate their movements. The maps became their best weapon. New escape routes, safe meeting points, and strategic locations for smuggling weapons and medicines were marked. Codes and encrypted communication methods were established to prevent leaks. And, little by little, Ferria ceased to be just an exploited planet. It became a game board where the resistance was beginning to take control of its own pieces. The Confederation didn't know it yet, but its dominion over Ferria was beginning to crack. And it all began with some maps and a group of people willing to change their destiny. 6.4. The Oath of Change. The abandoned warehouse where they had gathered for the past few nights was more crowded than ever. Rumors of what they were building had spread among the people of Talos, drawing miners, merchants, engineers, and even former security officers who had abandoned the Confederation. All of them shared the same desire: to put an end to the oppressive rule that had reduced them to mere cogs in the machinery of exploitation. Eiran stood atop an improvised table, scanning the faces of those who had arrived. Some still harbored doubts, uncertainty about what they were about to do. The Confederation was powerful, and defying it meant risking everything. But fear was no longer enough to stop them. "We have waited too long," he said, his voice firm, resonating in the expectant silence. "We have endured misery, hunger, and exploitation. We have watched our comrades die in the tunnels, our families live in fear of what tomorrow may bring. But today, here, we decide to wait no longer." A murmur of approval rippled through the crowd. Beside him, Lyra nodded gravely, while the veteran miner Hadron, one of the first to join the cause, struck the ground with the handle of his pickaxe in agreement. "We cannot fight without a clear purpose," Eiran continued. "The Confederation sees us as a resource colony, a source of minerals and cheap labor. They have stripped us of everything, even our dignity. But today, we take the first step to reclaim it." He raised an old banner of Ferria, the symbol of the first colony, a flag that had been long forgotten since the Confederation took control. Upon seeing it, several of those present stood straighter, moved by what it represented. "We are not slaves," Eiran declared. "We are a people. And as a people, we have the right to choose our own destiny." Lyra then stepped forward, her voice heavy with determination. "There will be no turning back after tonight. Those who take this step must be ready to face whatever comes. The struggle will not be easy, but it won't be impossible either. Because we are not alone. Each day, more will open their eyes. And when the time comes, we will be stronger than they ever imagined." Hadron stepped forward and, with a hand hardened by years of labor in the mines, placed his palm upon the banner. "I swear, by my family and my fallen comrades, that I will fight until Ferria is free," he declared. One by one, the others followed, placing their hands on the faded cloth and repeating the oath. Some whispered words under their breath, others closed their eyes in solemn silence, but all understood the weight of the commitment. They were no longer mere workers or resigned citizens. They were now part of something greater. Eiran felt a lump in his throat as he watched the scene. This was more than a rebellion. It was the birth of an identity, the first act of true self-determination for his people. "From this moment on," he announced, "we are no longer subjects of the Confederation. We are Ferria. And we will fight for our right to exist as more than just a shadow within their empire." A roar of approval filled the warehouse. The Oath of Change had been spoken. And with it, the spark of resistance burned brighter than ever before. Chapter 7. The announced visit 7.1 News from the capital. Communication with Eternium had always been sporadic and tightly controlled by the Confederation. In Ferria, official transmissions arrived with delays, filtered to prevent the population from accessing information that might fuel discontent. However, when word of the impending visit of Darius Marvek leaked through clandestine circles, the resistance understood that a turning point was approaching. "This can't be a coincidence," murmured Eiran Vassek, his eyes fixed on the flickering, faulty screen displaying an intercepted communique. Celine, the black market trader, nodded with a furrowed brow. "Marvek isn't just another bureaucrat. If he's coming to Ferria, something big is in motion." The message came from a contact within the administration in Talos. It stated that the Confederation had decided to send a high-ranking official to evaluate the stability of the mining sector and reinforce security. But those familiar with Confederation politics knew how to read between the lines. The presence of a leader like Marvek didn't mean evaluation, it meant imposition. "What do we know about his itinerary?" asked Lyra, with the calm of someone who had seen too many shadows pass over Ferria. Markin, the old miner, slid a worn sheet of paper across the table. "He's expected to arrive in 4 days. He'll be escorted by a security detachment and will hold meetings with Confederation administrators. No mention of interaction with the population." "Of course not," snapped Arm, the explosives technician. "He won't risk facing the public. He'll come, issue commands, and leave, like all the others before him." Eiran wasn't so sure. He remembered Marvek's name from old records, from whispers among the elders who still spoke of earlier times. A pragmatic politician, with roots in Ferria, though he had long since distanced himself from the planet's fate. But what worried him most was what wasn't being said. What kind of measures would the Confederation implement after this visit? "We have to be ready," Eiran said finally. "This isn't a routine inspection. The Confederation senses we're more organized than they want to admit, and Marvek is coming to ensure Ferria stays under their control." The room fell silent as everyone absorbed the weight of his words. Marvek's arrival was more than just a political event, it was a warning. A warning that the calm in Ferria was coming to an end. 7.2 Official preparations. The announcement of Darius Marvek's visit had plunged Talos into a frenzy of activity. The Confederation's administrators, aware of the growing tension in Ferria, were determined to present an image of order and stability. However, behind the closed doors of government complexes, the unease was palpable. Confederation officers moved swiftly, organizing security protocols and establishing restricted zones to prevent any incidents. Additional surveillance units were deployed in the city's busiest sectors, especially near the administrative complex, where Marvek would hold meetings with the regime's senior officials. Anton Valen, the Confederation-appointed governor, reviewed reports in the command room. The pressure from Eternium was clear. Ferria had to appear submissive, under control. A crisis during a visit from someone like Marvek was unacceptable. "We need tighter controls at all city entry points," Valen ordered, not taking his eyes off the intelligence reports. "I want patrols at every strategic location, and the curfew stays in place. No one comes or goes without being identified." His assistant, a woman with cropped hair and a pristine uniform, nodded sharply. "Operations are already underway, sir. We've also reinforced security at the mining center. We don't want any insurgent group using this opportunity to destabilize the visit." But the preparations weren't limited to the Confederation's apparatus. In the shadows, the resistance was mobilizing with equal intensity. Eiran Vassek and his group watched every move the Confederation made, analyzing routes, identifying weak points, and discussing the opportunities Marvek's arrival might bring. "We can't act recklessly," Lyra warned, her face lit only by the dim light of the underground shelter where they met. "We know what Marvek's presence means. If he's in Ferria, it's because the Confederation fears losing control of the situation. But we also know he won't come alone. There will be security everywhere." "Which is exactly why this is our chance," Celine replied, arms crossed. "His arrival means the Confederation needs to show everything is under control. If we can infiltrate their meetings, or at least send a message, we can make the galaxy see the truth of what's happening here." Eiran listened in silence. His thoughts went beyond mere protests or acts of sabotage. He knew this visit would shift the course of the struggle, but he also understood the risks. One mistake, and the entire resistance network could be exposed. "We need accurate intel," he said at last. "Where Marvek will be, who he'll talk to, what routes he'll take. If the Confederation thinks this is just a ceremonial event, we must show them Ferria will not remain silent." And so, while the Confederation sealed the city with soldiers and barriers, another kind of preparation unfolded in the shadows, one not born of fear, but of the determination of a people who refuse to be silenced. 7.3 The long-awaited opportunity. The day had come. The city of Talos, usually cloaked in Ferria's red dust, was now in a state of unusual anticipation. Darius Marvek's visit had transformed the streets into a forced display of order, with Confederation flags draped from buildings and military patrols stationed on every corner. But beneath that facade of stability, the tension was palpable. The resistance knew it, and they were ready. Eiran Vassek watched from a high vantage point, hidden in an old storage building, observing the crowded streets filled with citizens forced to present a false welcome to the Confederation's emissary. Beside him, Celine checked the latest data on her handheld device. Patrol routes have changed, she murmured. Looks like they've increased security near the administrative complex. Eiran nodded, eyes still locked on the crowd. He knew this was their moment. Marvek's arrival represented a unique chance to make Ferria's voice heard beyond its borders. If they could infiltrate the convoy, send a message, or better yet, confront Marvek directly, everything could change. Surveillance drones are active on the main access points, added Lyra, his mother, over the communicator. We'll need to find another way to get close. In the distance, the hum of engines announced the arrival of the official convoy. Several black aircraft escorted a heavily armored vehicle that slowly descended onto the central plaza of Talos. The crowd stirred, some raising banners with slogans imposed by the Confederation, others, more discreet, barely hiding their disdain. It's now or never, said Eiran with determination. We can't let this opportunity slip away. Meanwhile, inside the armored vehicle, Darius Marvek adjusted his uniform. His face showed a mixture of pride and concern. He knew Ferria, and its people, far too well. He understood that the resistance wouldn't remain idle. But what he didn't yet realize was just how deeply he himself was tied to the story of this rebellion. In the shadows, the resistance moved. Preparations were complete. The opportunity had arrived. 7.42 Worlds on the brink of collision. The day of Darius Marvek's arrival in Ferria dawned under a sky shrouded in red dust. From the central plaza of Talos, the hum of the power generators feeding the Confederation's reinforced defenses could be heard, set up in anticipation of unrest. The tension in the air was almost tangible. For some, the visit of the Supreme Chancellor represented a chance for change. For others, it meant nothing more than further oppression. Eiran Vassek stood on a balcony high above, in an abandoned mining complex. From there, he had a clear view of the landing platform where Marvek's ship would touch down. Beside him, Celine scanned the latest reports from the Resistance network. They've doubled patrols at the city's entry points, she reported. Drones are flying over the main routes, and the soldiers are on high alert. As expected, Eiran murmured. They won't make the mistake of underestimating us. But we can't afford to underestimate them either. Down on the streets, citizens were being gathered and forced to attend the official reception. Confederation overseers directed them like pieces on a chessboard, arranging them into orderly rows to welcome the illustrious visitor. At the center of the plaza, a large screen displayed the Confederation's emblem, alongside propaganda messages promoting progress and unity. But in the crowd, the resistance was present. Not with weapons, not with banners, but with watchful eyes and hands ready for anything. Ferria would not bow in silence. Meanwhile, inside the ship descending slowly onto the designated platform, Darius Marvek prepared himself. He adjusted the collar of his uniform and reviewed the latest reports on the situation in Ferria. He had read about the growing unrest, about the mysterious rebel leader organizing the protests. And in every report, one name kept appearing, Eiran Vassek. It wasn't a name he recognized. Not yet. But something about the young man stirred unease in him, a feeling he couldn't quite place. When the ship touched down and the ramp lowered, every eye in Talos turned toward Marvek. With firm steps, he descended, surrounded by his security escort. His expression was that of a man accustomed to power, but deep in his eyes, there was a shadow of doubt. From his elevated position, Eiran watched him closely. Two worlds were about to collide. And neither would emerge unscathed from that encounter. Chapter 8. Fire in the streets. 8.1 The first protest. The air in Talos pulsed with a tension never felt before. Since Darius Marvek had set foot on Ferria, the city had become a cauldron of restrained emotion. For days, the resistance had been preparing for the precise moment of their first major act of defiance. It would no longer be just whispered words in dark hallways or covert movements in the shadows of the mines. This time, Ferria would speak, before the eyes of the Confederation. Eiran Vassek watched from a low rooftop, hidden among rusted metal structures. In the Well Plaza, hundreds of Ferrians were beginning to gather, openly defying the ban on assemblies imposed by the Confederation's administration. It was an act of both courage and desperation, a cry that had been silenced for too long, now rising at last into a roar. It's time, Lyra murmured, standing beside him. The people are ready. Eiran nodded. There was no turning back. If the Confederation wouldn't hear them now, it never would. He dropped down to street level and made his way through the crowd. People recognized him instantly. Some bowed their heads in respect, others looked at him with a mix of hope and fear in their eyes. When he reached the center of the plaza, beside an old cargo vehicle they had turned into an improvised stage, he leapt onto it and faced the crowd. "Today we gather not as slaves, but as sons and daughters of Ferria," he shouted, his voice booming through a handmade loudspeaker. "For generations, the Confederation has treated us as nothing more than numbers in their ledgers, disposable tools in their machine of exploitation. But we are more than that. We are a people. And people have the right to choose their own destiny." The murmur among the crowd swelled. Some raised their fists, others exchanged looks of determination. Never before had someone spoken so openly against the Confederation in broad daylight. "They say they bring us progress, but all we've received is death in the mines and poverty in our homes. They tell us to be patient, but with every passing day we sink deeper into oblivion. Today, we say enough. Today, we demand that Ferria belong to us, not to them." A roar of approval surged through the crowd. Improvised banners were raised, and voices joined together in a chant of resistance. But before the protest could gather more momentum, a metallic sound sliced through the air. "This is the Confederate authority," boomed the amplified voice of a soldier from a group of armored patrols that had blocked the entrances to the plaza. "This gathering is unauthorized. Disperse immediately or you will be considered insurgents." The crowd hesitated, but Eiran did not. He stepped down from the vehicle with steady strides and advanced until he stood just meters from the Confederate squad. "We are Ferria," he declared, not shouting, but with a conviction that pierced the silence. "We are not insurgents. We are a people demanding justice." The unit's commander, a man with a stone-like face, watched the scene with clear discomfort. He hadn't expected so many people. He hadn't expected someone to speak to him face to face, without fear. And least of all, he hadn't expected the protest to be unarmed. He knew that opening fire now could spark something far worse than the Confederation was prepared to handle. But the tension was fragile, and it would take only a spark to ignite a fire no one could extinguish. 8.2 Unexpected Repression. The air in Well Plaza had grown thick, heavy with expectation and fear. The protest, which had begun with chants and speeches, now stood on the edge of the abyss. The Confederation forces, standing in tight formation, watched the crowd through dark, impenetrable visors while loudspeakers repeated the mechanical warning, "Disperse immediately or you will be considered insurgents." Eiran Vassek stood firm at the center of the crowd, fists clenched. He could feel the tension in the bodies around him, the eyes of his companions looking for a signal, a cue on what to do. But there was no time for strategic calculations, not this time. The Confederation had already made its decision. A thunderous noise echoed through the plaza as the armored patrols advanced several meters. Confederation soldiers activated their stun batons, crackling with electric discharges. They didn't wait any longer. Without warning, they launched the first tear gas canisters. Chaos erupted. Screams filled the plaza as the front lines of protesters tried to retreat, their eyes burning and their breaths choked. Some collapsed to the ground, coughing violently, while others rushed to help them. But the Confederation gave no quarter. The soldiers advanced with military precision, striking down anyone in their path without distinction. "Don't fall back," Eiran shouted, trying to contain the wave of panic. "Stay together." But the onslaught of violence didn't stop. Several of his comrades were struck down mercilessly. Markin, the old miner, took a direct blow to the chest and dropped to his knees. Celine, her face covered by an improvised cloth, tried to pull the most vulnerable out of the line of fire. Arm, the explosives technician, staggered after a shock but rose again, his face twisted in fury. Lyra, Eiran's mother, pushed through the crowd. Her healer's instinct drove her to tend to the wounded, ignoring the danger closing in around her. But as she knelt over a young man who had fainted from the gas, a soldier raised his stun baton. Eiran saw the movement before it happened. "No," he roared, launching himself toward his mother. The baton struck his side, sending a wave of pain through his body and numbing his limbs. He collapsed to the ground with a gasp, vision blurred by gas and pain. From the floor, he saw the soldiers beginning to surround them, like predators closing in on their prey. But then something unexpected happened. From the edges of the plaza, deafening explosions rang out. They weren't lethal weapons, but sound and flash devices. Someone had launched an improvised counteroffensive. The resistance wasn't alone. Confusion swept through the Confederate squad. In the chaos, Eiran felt strong hands lifting him. "Come on, we have to go." Celine held him up, her face covered in dust and desperation. The crowd, initially in panic, began to regroup. They couldn't win in that moment, But they wouldn't be wiped out either. In the shadows, the resistance had made its move. The protest had not ended the way the Confederation expected. That night, in the hidden tunnels of Talos, the survivors gathered. Bruised, wounded, but with a new certainty in their eyes. The fight had only just begun. 8.3 The death of a friend. Darkness fell over Talos with an unusual silence, broken only by the echo of Confederate boots marching through the streets. The protest at Well Plaza had been violently crushed, but the resistance had not been extinguished. In alleyways and abandoned tunnels, the survivors regrouped, licking their wounds and wondering what would come next. Eiran Vassek leaned against a cold wall of rusted metal, trying to catch his breath. His ribs ached from the blows he had taken, and his mind was still clouded with adrenaline. Beside him, Celine scanned the Resistance's internal communications, searching for updates on those still missing. "We're still missing several," she said quietly. "Some were arrested. Others didn't make it out in time." Eiran closed his eyes for a moment. He knew what that meant. Then, a strangled gasp to his right made him turn his head. In the shadows, slumped against a pile of debris, was Darm. His hand was pressed against his side, where a dark stain was slowly spreading across his clothing. "Damn it!" Eiran muttered, rushing toward him. "Why didn't you say anything earlier?" Darm gave a weak smile. "Didn't want to ruin the meeting." Celine was already beside him, pulling an improvised bandage from her bag. The look on her face did not bode well. "It's deep," she said, her voice tight. "And the bleeding won't stop." "We have to get him to Lyra," Eiran insisted, trying to help his friend sit up. Darm shook his head. "No time." He coughed, blood escaping from the corner of his lips. "Listen, Eiran. Listen carefully." Eiran froze, his heart pounding, unwilling to accept what was happening. "Darm, don't talk like that. Hold on, do you hear me? Hold on." But his friend looked at him with an intensity that stopped him cold. This doesn't end here," he whispered. "What we did today, it matters. People saw it. Don't let it die out." His trembling hand reached for Eiran's, and he gripped it tightly, as if sheer will alone could keep him alive. "I won't," Eiran promised. "I swear it." Darm smiled one last time, a faint, almost imperceptible gesture. Then, his body relaxed, and his gaze drifted off into the distance. The silence that followed was deafening. Eiran didn't know how much time passed before Celine gently touched his shoulder. "We have to go." But he couldn't move. Not yet. He looked at his friend's face, the dried blood on his skin, the peaceful expression in death that he never had in life. Then, with reverent slowness, he closed Darm's eyes. Something changed inside him in that moment. It was no longer just outrage or anger that moved him. It was something deeper, more ferocious. The Confederation had taken a friend from him. And now, he would make sure they paid for it. He stood, a new determination in his eyes. "There will be no more deaths in vain," he said firmly. "What began today, we will finish." 8.4 Irreversible decisions. The underground shelter smelled of dust and blood. After the brutal crackdown at Well Plaza and the loss of Darm, the resistance had retreated into the tunnels winding beneath Talos, where the Confederation still couldn't reach them. But they weren't safe. Not truly. Eiran Vassek leaned against a rock wall, watching the exhausted faces of his companions. Some were still gasping after the desperate escape, others were pressing wounds with makeshift bandages. The rage in their eyes was unmistakable. "We can't go on like this," murmured Markin, his voice rough with age and fatigue. "Today was just a protest. What about tomorrow? What happens when they see us as a real threat? They'll crush us without hesitation." Celine, standing beside him, nodded slowly. "It's what they've always done. But this time, we won't back down." Eiran took a deep breath, trying to calm the storm in his mind. He had seen his friend die. He had felt the Confederation's brutality on his own skin. He knew things would never be the same again. The question was, how would they respond? "We have to decide," he said at last. "There's no more room for peaceful protest. They'll see us as criminals no matter what we do. So the question is, will we keep letting them make the rules, or will we change the game?" Silence spread through the cavern. No one wanted to be the first to say the obvious answer. Finally, Lyra, with her relentless wisdom, spoke from the shadows where she tended to the wounded. "If we cross that line, there's no turning back. It'll be war, Eiran." He looked at her. In her eyes, he saw the fear of a mother, but also the understanding of someone who had lived long enough to know that some battles are inevitable. "We're already at war," he replied firmly. "We just haven't started fighting yet." The others exchanged glances. On their faces, Eiran saw confirmation of what he already knew. The resistance had just changed forever. They were no longer just outraged citizens. Now, they were fighters for a greater cause. "From this moment on," he continued, feeling the weight of his words, "we strike where it hurts most. Sabotage. Intelligence. Alliances. There will be no more please. Ferria won't ask for its freedom. We'll take it. Celine nodded, a spark of determination in her eyes. Marken closed his eyes and exhaled slowly, as if accepting a fate he had feared for far too long. Lyra said nothing, but her hands tensed around a blood-soaked bandage. That night, in the tunnels of Ferria, an irreversible decision was made. The Confederation had declared war on its people. Now, the resistance would answer. Part 3, Storm of Steel. Chapter 9. The Birth of a Leader. 9.1 A speech in the plaza. The echoes of recent clashes still rang through the streets of Talos. The dust of the revolts hung in the air like a reminder that Ferria was no longer the same. The resistance had suffered, it had lost friends, but it had not been defeated. And now, amid the uncertainty, more than weapons and sabotage were needed, a voice was needed. Eiran Vassek knew it. The people were ready to listen. Since dawn, small groups of Ferrians had begun to gather in Well Plaza, the heart of Talos. The Confederate patrols, weakened by recent battles and worn down by constant resistance, no longer held the control they once had. The city's inhabitants watched them, not with fear, but with silent defiance. Eiran stepped onto an improvised platform. His clothes still bore traces of the recent events, cuts, dust, the reminder of what was at stake. Beside him, Celine and Marken stood alert, watching the crowd grow with every passing minute. When he raised his hand, the murmur began to fade until only the sound of the wind dragging ash remained. Brothers and sisters of Ferria, his voice rang out strong and clear, we have lived in the shadow of the Confederation our entire lives. They told us it was the way things had to be, that our only purpose was to serve, to extract minerals, to feed their empire. They made us believe we were nothing more than tools for their progress. His gaze swept over the crowd. He saw faces marked by fatigue, hands hardened by years in the mines, eyes burning with restrained anger. But he saw something else too, hope. But the Confederation has made a mistake, he continued. They have given us reasons to remember who we are. They've shown us that their progress is not ours, that their wealth is built on our backs. And they've forced us to make a choice. We are not slaves. We are not cogs in their machine. We are a people. And today, we claim our right to choose our own destiny. The first cry came from a miner, a man whose face had been weathered by years underground. Free Ferria. Another joined in. No more chains. Soon, the entire plaza was vibrating with a single voice. The Confederation still held power with its army and its technology, but in that moment, Eiran knew something had changed. The resistance was no longer just a group of insurgents hiding in the tunnels. It was a united people. Eiran raised his fist. Let them hear this in Eternium. Let them hear it in every corner of the Confederation. Ferria will no longer be silenced. The roar of the crowd sealed his words. The path to freedom had begun, and no one, not even the Confederation, would be able to stop it. 9.2 Organization of the Resistance. Eiran knew that revolutionary fervor alone wouldn't be enough. Without a solid structure, the resistance would be crushed before it could bring about any real change. Gathered in an underground warehouse on the outskirts of Talos, the clandestine leadership prepared for the next phase of their struggle. The Confederation will no longer underestimate our actions, Eiran stated, his gaze fixed on the circle of figures surrounding him. If we want to survive, we must organize like never before. Beside him, Celine unrolled a map onto the table, illuminated by a gas lamp. Marks and lines covered the streets of the city, each one representing a strategic point of interest: supply depots, Confederate patrol routes, safe meeting spots, and potential ambush zones. Up until now, we've acted in scattered cells, she explained. That's helped us avoid being taken down all at once. But it also means we sometimes operate blindly. Marken, the veteran miner turned strategist, slammed his fist on the table. We need a reliable communication system. If we don't know what's happening in other sectors, we could be walking into traps without even realizing it. Tarm, the explosives expert, nodded in agreement. And safe routes for moving supplies. If people start going hungry because of us, we'll lose their support. Lyra, Eiran's mother, raised her voice with authority. Resistance isn't just about armed struggle. We need to ensure the well-being of the people. There are families who depend on us for medicine, food, and protection from the Confederation's abuses. Eiran nodded. Then let's form a coordination council. Each cell will maintain its independence, but a central group will manage information and distribute resources where they're most needed. The group exchanged glances. It wasn't an easy proposal. It required trust, something in short supply during wartime. But it was also the only viable path forward. Celine pointed to several spots on the map. We can use the old mines as escape and transport routes. The Confederation doesn't patrol them often. Tarm grinned. And if they start, we can turn those mines into deadly traps. Marken didn't look convinced. We can't rely on defensive tactics alone. At some point, we'll have to go on the offensive. Eiran met his gaze seriously. That moment will come. But first, we have to survive. With a collective nod, the plan was accepted. The resistance was no longer just a scattered group of rebels. It was becoming a true organization. Ferria still had hope. 9.3 Combat Strategies. The resistance was no longer just a group of angry workers. After the massacre at Well Plaza and the death of Tarim, Ferria had awakened. But rage alone wasn't enough. If they wanted to defeat the Confederation, they had to learn how to fight. Eiran Vassek gathered the leaders of the resistance in a hidden cavern beneath the tunnels of Sector 3. Around an improvised table made of metal sheets, holographic maps of Talos and its surroundings floated in the air. Every patrol route, every Confederate supply point, every communication station was precisely marked. "We can't face them in open battle," Eiran said, looking at the tired but determined faces of his companions. "They outnumber us. They outgun us. Their technology is superior. But they have one weakness: they depend on the structure they've built. If we strike the right points, we can make their entire system tremble." Markin, the veteran miner, crossed his arms. "So what do you propose? Sabotage?" "Sabotage, yes, but smart sabotage," Celine cut in, pointing at the map. "The Confederation has 3 pillars of control in Ferria: supplies, information, and fear. If we attack those pillars, we can weaken their grip." Eiran nodded and began outlining a clear strategy. 1. Attacks on infrastructure, cut off supply routes. Without resources, their forces won't be able to maintain control. Infiltrate our technicians into the power systems. Shutting down key sectors at strategic times can leave them vulnerable. Sabotage the Caridium processing factories. If we damage production, Eternium will feel the pressure and may be forced to negotiate. 2. Information warfare. Hack Confederate transmissions to spread the truth about the oppression in Ferria. Create our own messaging network using human couriers and alternative devices. Misinform the Confederation. Make them believe we are larger and better armed than we actually are. 3. Undermining their authority. Convince local soldiers that the Confederation sees them as disposable. Some may join our cause. Organize acts of passive resistance among the population. Covert strikes, production delays, controlled insubordination. Hit symbolic targets. Taking the administrative complex isn't possible yet, but if we infiltrate it and show the people that their power is not absolute, Confederate morale will waver. There was silence in the cavern. What they were planning was no longer a simple uprising, it was war. "If we do this, there's no turning back," Lyra said, her voice filled with concern. "The Confederation will respond with everything they have." "And we'll respond with everything we have," Eiran replied. "Not because we want to fight, but because we no longer have a choice." The faces around him hardened. No one hesitated. "Good," said Markin, slamming his fist on the table. "Let's do it." Thus began the next phase of the rebellion. The resistance was no longer a shadow in the mines. Now, it was an army in the making. 9.4 The symbol of Ferria. The recent events had transformed the resistance into something more than just a mere uprising. The deaths of friends, the Confederation's brutal repression, and the growing determination of the people had turned Eiran Vassek into a leader far beyond anything he had ever imagined. But organizing strategic attacks and ensuring the supply chain of the underground network was no longer enough. Ferria needed something more, a symbol. The resistance leaders gathered in a hidden cavern beneath the old mines. The atmosphere was heavy with tension and anticipation. Holographic maps of Talos and the Confederation's routes floated above the stone table, but this time, they weren't there to plan an attack. "We've managed to make them hear us," Eiran said, looking at his companions, "but shouting isn't enough. If we want Ferria to fight for its freedom, we have to give it something to believe in." Markin, the veteran miner, nodded solemnly. "Rebellions are won on the battlefield, but revolutions are sustained by ideals." Celine, arms crossed, stared directly at Eiran. "What are you suggesting?" He took a deep breath. He had been thinking about it for days, ever since he'd seen despair turn into hope in the faces of the people of Talos. He knew what needed to be done. "We need an emblem," he said at last. "Something that represents all Ferrians, not just those who fight, but those who suffer, who work, who are still afraid." He pulled a small fragment of Caridium from his pocket, the mineral that had condemned Ferria to exploitation, but that now might become the key to its liberation. "The Confederation has treated us as nothing more than a mine, as if our worth depends solely on what we pull from the earth," he continued. "But Ferria is not just Caridium. Ferria is its people. If we take the symbol of our oppression and transform it into our banner, we will show them they can no longer control us." There was silence in the room. Then, slowly, Lyra stepped forward and placed her hand over her son's, holding the fragment of caridium with him. A fist holding a crystal, she whispered. A symbol of resistance and hope. The idea began to take shape in the minds of everyone present. Within hours, resistance artists and blacksmiths began forging badges with the image of a clenched fist around a piece of crystal. Soon, this emblem started to appear in tunnels, on walls, and across buildings throughout Talos. It became a clear message to the Confederation: Ferria would not surrender. Days later, as Confederate soldiers patrolled the streets, they found flags bearing that symbol flying from rooftops. Despite the threats, no one admitted to putting them there. But everyone knew what they meant. Eiran stood atop a hill, the wind whipping through his coat, as the banners multiplied across the city. Ferria was no longer just a colony. Now, it had its own identity. Now, it had a symbol. Chapter 10, Conquests and Losses. 10.1 The seizure of the communications center. Eiran Vassek watched the complex from the top of a nearby hill. Talos's communications center was an imposing structure, surrounded by reinforced walls and watchtowers. From there, the Confederation controlled all information transmission across Ferria, censoring news about the resistance and spreading propaganda to keep the people under its control. Taking it wouldn't just be a strategic victory, it would be a symbolic blow against the established power. Ready? He asked quietly. At his side, Celine nodded as she checked her pulse rifle. Marken and a group of miners-turned-fighters were positioned around the perimeter, waiting for the signal. Darm, the explosives expert, held a small detonator in his hand, eager to execute his part of the plan. The watchtowers are marked, Celine reported. Assault teams are in position. Good, Eiran replied, taking a deep breath. Tonight, Ferria will hear the truth. The infiltration. The saboteurs were the first to move. With surgical precision, they disabled cameras and cut alarms in key sectors. Darkness and confusion worked in the Resistance's favor. By the time the Confederate patrols noticed the first anomalies, it was already too late. A blast shattered the night's silence. The southern entrance of the complex was blown apart as Darm triggered the explosives. A group of fighters slipped through the smoke, engaging the stun guards. Energy blasts lit up the gloom. Eiran led the main charge. They advanced through the building's narrow corridors, following the layout they had obtained weeks earlier. Their target, the control room, located on the upper level. Without it, the Confederation would lose control of communications in Talos and the rest of Ferria. Fierce resistance. As they pushed forward, enemy resistance intensified. Confederate troops, trained for urban combat, used barricades and surveillance drones to slow the rebels' advance. In a narrow hallway, Celine took cover behind a metal structure, firing with surgical precision to take out enemy snipers. They're pushing us toward the east sector, Marken warned, panting. Eiran quickly assessed the situation. They needed a distraction. He activated his communicator and gave a new order to Darm. Blow the secondary generator. Now. Seconds later, a second explosion rocked the complex. The lights flickered, and the automated defenses went offline. Confusion spread among the Confederate soldiers, giving the resistance the opening they needed. Move in, Eiran shouted. The control room. With one final push, Eiran's team stormed into the control room. Confederate technicians were desperately trying to block system access, but they didn't have enough time. The rebels secured the room within minutes. Celine connected to the main terminal and began decoding the transmission codes. She knew they'd have only one chance to broadcast their message before the Confederation tried to regain control. Connecting to all available frequencies, she murmured, typing furiously. Eiran stepped in front of the main camera. He took a deep breath and stared directly into the lens. People of Ferria, he began, his voice firm. For too long, the Confederation has controlled what we see and hear. They've hidden the truth, oppressed us, and made us believe we had no choice. Today, that changes. His message was transmitted across the colony. The citizens of Talos, long used to hearing only the regime's voice, now saw the resistance in control. The Confederates launched a final counterattack, but by then, it was too late. The people of Ferria, inspired by Eiran's words, began to rise up in every district. The communications center was in the hands of the resistance. The revolution had taken its first great step toward victory. 10.2 Casualties on both sides. Smoke still lingered over the streets of Talos as the pale light of dawn illuminated the remnants of battle. The seizure of the communications center had been a success, but victory never came without cost. Around him, Eiran Vassek saw the exhausted faces of his comrades, some wounded, others staring blankly into the void. No one came out of war unscathed, not even those still breathing. Celine was reviewing a list of names. With each one she read softly, a darker shadow fell over the mood of the resistance. Marken. Janice. Darm. Her voice broke on the last name. Eiran felt the blow like a punch to the chest. Arm, his friend of many years, the man whose laughter had lit up their nights and who had built the bombs that gave them their first victories, was no longer among them. How did it happen? He asked, his voice steadier than he felt inside. He was covering our retreat, Celine replied. A Confederate soldier had stayed behind, hidden among the rubble. He fired before anyone could react. Eiran clenched his fists until his knuckles ached. He couldn't afford to show weakness, not now. He didn't die in vain, he said at last. None of them did. But the truth was bitter. It wasn't only they who had lost their companions. From the records recovered in the Confederate garrison, the names of their dead were listed too. 52 soldiers killed in combat. They weren't ruthless overseers or blind bureaucrats, they were young people sent to suppress a rebellion they barely understood. Lyra, tending to the wounded in the Resistance's improvised infirmary, approached Eiran with a furrowed brow. Many of the captured soldiers are injured. Some of them seriously. Eiran met her gaze. He knew what his mother was asking, even if she didn't say it aloud. Treat them, he ordered at last. We are not the Confederation. Some of the fighters around him murmured, but no one dared challenge him openly. The battle in Talos had been only the beginning. But in that moment, as he watched his people treating both allies and enemies, Eiran understood the true weight of what was at stake. Ferria was not only fighting for its freedom. They were also fighting not to lose their humanity in the process. The dawn brought with it a city full of scars, but the resistance still stood. Now more than ever, they could not stop. 10.3 The moral dilemma of violence. The streets of Talos still smelled of gunpowder and ash. After the seizure of the communications center, the resistance had achieved its first major tangible victory, but the cost had been high. In the hidden tunnels where they gathered, the air was thick with conflicting emotions. Some celebrated with euphoria, while others couldn't tear their eyes away from the lists of the fallen. Eiran Vassek remained silent in a corner, observing his companions. He knew many were waiting for him to speak, to give an encouraging speech, but his mind was caught in a whirlwind of thoughts. The images of dead Confederate soldiers, some barely older than he was, kept haunting him. Celine approached, placing a hand on his shoulder. You saved many lives today, she said quietly. Without control of the communications center, the Confederation would have already brought reinforcements. Eiran closed his eyes for a moment and nodded. He knew she was right, but something inside him found no comfort in victory. At what cost, Celine? He murmured. How many more will have to die before this ends? She looked at him firmly, but without judgment. As many as necessary so that no more have to die afterward, she replied. We didn't ask for this war. It was forced upon us. And now we have to fight it. Eiran took a deep breath, feeling the weight of responsibility in every fiber of his being. He knew the fight had only just begun, but with each step they took toward freedom, they also drifted further from the life they once knew. He wondered if, in the end, there would be anything left of themselves, anything not marked by violence and sacrifice. Markin, the veteran miner-turned-strategist, joined the conversation. The people are ready to keep moving forward, he said. But they need to know their leader is too. Eiran looked at him, understanding the weight behind those words. He couldn't afford to hesitate, not now. I don't want us to become what we're fighting against, he said finally. We're not murderers. We don't kill for pleasure or revenge. Every action must have a purpose, and that purpose must be the freedom of Ferria, not destruction for its own sake. Those present nodded. They knew violence was inevitable, but they also understood that Eiran didn't want them to lose sight of their humanity in the process. If the Confederation forces us to fight, Eiran continued, we will. But let us never forget why we fight. It's not out of hatred. It's for the hope of a better future. The silence that followed wasn't one of uncertainty, it was one of resolve. The resistance would continue, but it would do so with a code. With a moral compass that set it apart from its oppressors. Because if, by the end of the war, nothing remained of who they once were, then Ferria would already have lost, regardless of the conflict's outcome. Eiran looked at his companions one last time and drew a deep breath. Tomorrow we plan our next move. But tonight, we remember those who are no longer with us. And we promise, we will not fight in vain. The moral dilemma of violence had no easy answer. But in that moment, Eiran knew that as long as they held on to their purpose, they could still call themselves free, even if the war was far from over. 10.4 Messages to space. The communications room of the newly seized center still reeked of burnt cables and hot metal. Although the resistance had managed to take over the complex, the Confederation wouldn't surrender so easily. At any moment, they could intercept the transmissions and launch a counterattack. Eiran Vassek knew it, which is why he had insisted that every second mattered. Celine worked frantically at the main console, deciphering the Confederation's security protocols. At her side, Markin oversaw a group of technicians connecting the systems to an external network, a secure frequency the Confederation had yet to detect. "There's still heavy interference," Celine said, frowning. "They're blocking our access to long-range channels." Eiran clenched his fists. Silence wasn't an option. Not now. "Then use the emergency channels. Make sure every cargo ship, every outpost on the fringes of the Confederation gets our message. We don't need to broadcast to the whole galaxy, just to those who can hear us and act." Celine nodded and typed a new sequence. The screen flickered and, after a few tense seconds, the signal stabilized. "Ready," she confirmed. "But we've only got a few minutes before they detect us." Eiran stepped up to the transmitter, straightened his stance, and stared into the camera. He took a deep breath and began to speak. "To all the worlds under the Confederation's yoke, to every worker in the Orionis shipyards, to every miner in the tunnels of Velker, to every family surviving under the shadow of an empire that has treated us like disposable cogs, this is Ferria. And we have risen." The transmission was sent out in encoded waves, crossing the void of space in search of any ears willing to listen. "They told us the Confederate order was unbreakable, that our lives only had value based on what we could extract from the ground. But today we've proven we are not slaves. We are a people. And we are ready to fight for our freedom." He paused, letting his words settle in. "We know we're not alone. We know there are other worlds suffering the same. If you can hear us, if you can help us, this is the signal. Ferria resists. Ferria rises. Join us." Celine made a quick hand gesture. They were tracking the signal. There was no time left. "We'll meet on the horizon of history," Eiran concluded. "And when that day comes, we won't be subjects. We'll be free." Celine cut the transmission before the Confederation could trace its exact origin. A tense silence took hold of the room. Marken was the first to speak. "If someone heard us, we'll know soon enough." Eiran nodded. The war on Ferria was at its peak, but now, perhaps, the spark of their rebellion would ignite a blaze across the galaxy. Chapter 11, Reactions in the Confederation. 11.1 Crisis in the Supreme Council. The echo of arguments resounded through the imposing chamber of the Supreme Council of the Galactic Confederation in Eternium. The enormous columns of dark crystal, symbols of stability and control, seemed to tremble under the tension mounting between the councillors. The rebellion on Ferria, which until recently had been dismissed as a mere uprising of disgruntled miners, now threatened to destabilize the entire Confederation's production network. Darius Marvek stood tall, his expression unshaken while his opponents raised their voices. "This is unacceptable, Chancellor," roared Councillor Valtrin, a man with a piercing gaze and thunderous voice. "We've allowed this insurrection to grow to the point of threatening our economic interests. We demand an immediate response." "The Galactic Fleet is ready to mobilize," interjected Admiral Yelvani, the leader of the armed forces. "We can wipe out this problem in a matter of days if you give the order." Marv clasped his hands behind his back and exhaled slowly before replying. "Wipe out the problem?" His voice was firm, but calm. "And turn Ferria into a graveyard? Do you know what that would mean for the Confederation? The Caridium production would collapse, unrest on other mining worlds would multiply, and we'd be facing an even greater crisis than the one we have now." The murmurs grew louder. Some councillors exchanged uneasy glances, others nodded in agreement. Marv knew the council was divided. Some demanded a swift and brutal solution, others understood that a massacre would only ignite more fires across the Confederation's frontier. Councillor Jorvan, an elder statesman with decades of experience managing colonies, leaned forward. "Then what is your proposal, Chancellor? Negotiate with terrorists?" Marv looked directly at Jorvan. He knew that any sign of weakness now could be his downfall. "They are not terrorists," he corrected. "They are Ferrians who have reached the limit of their patience. The Confederation has failed to listen to them. If we want to avoid a prolonged war, we must offer a solution that doesn't involve turning Ferria to ashes." Silence followed. It was the first time Marv had spoken about Ferria from a stance that didn't rely solely on force. Admiral Yelvani narrowed her eyes. "Are you suggesting we make concessions?" "I'm suggesting we send a high-level delegation to Ferria. A direct negotiation, led by myself. I don't believe these rebel leaders will submit without conditions, but I do believe we can find a way forward that avoids all-out war." The reactions were mixed. For some, the idea of sending the Chancellor himself to negotiate with rebels was an unnecessary risk. For others, it was the only way to defuse a crisis before it spiraled out of control. Finally, the voice of the President of the Council, a venerable figure whose authority was rarely questioned, echoed through the chamber. "Darius Marvek is right about one thing," he said gravely. "We cannot afford another war on the frontier. But if you travel to Ferria, it will be under one condition: if the negotiations fail, The Confederation will respond with its full might. Marvek nodded slowly. He knew this was the best offer he would get. I accept. The Supreme Council had spoken. The Ferria crisis was far from over, but now it had taken a new direction. The arrival of the Chancellor himself on a world on the brink of revolution. 11.2 Darius Decision. Darius Marvek remained in his office in Eternium, gazing out over the vastness of the Confederation he had helped build. In his hands, he held the latest report on the Ferrian uprising. The images showed rebels in Talos, banners bearing the symbol of a clenched fist holding a shard of caridium, and at the center of it all, the face of Eiran Vassek. His son's face. Since the revelation, Darius had found no peace. His mind, trained for strategic calculation, was now besieged by a truth he had never thought possible. Ferria was no longer just a political issue, it had become a personal wound, a reflection of past choices now demanding reckoning. Chancellor, came Admiral Yelvani's voice, pulling him from his thoughts. The fleet is ready to mobilize. We can crush the resistance within days. Darius closed his eyes for a moment. Years ago, he would have given the order without hesitation. The Confederation didn't negotiate with insurgents. But Eiran wasn't just another insurgent. He was his blood, a son he never knew he had, now leading a rebellion against everything Darius represented. Not yet, he replied at last, his voice firmer than he felt inside. We will not send the fleet. Not yet. The councillors exchanged incredulous looks. Valtran, one of the most aggressive members of the Supreme Council, didn't wait long to voice his outrage. Excuse me, Chancellor? That rebellion is gaining ground. Every minute we wait, more mining systems might join the insurrection. Darius placed his hands on the table and leaned forward slightly. And if we crush them without hesitation, we become exactly what they say we are, a regime of ruthless oppression. Ferria isn't just a collection of tunnels and resources. It's a people. And a people fighting for freedom cannot be silenced with violence, but with reasons to believe in something better. The room fell silent. The Confederation's politics had never shown mercy to uprisings. And yet here was Darius, the architect of many of those same policies, suggesting a different path. What do you propose, then? Jorban asked cautiously. Darius looked each of them in the eye before answering. I'm going to Ferria. Personally. The reactions were immediate. Cries of surprise, murmurs of disapproval. Yelvani slammed her fist on the table. This is political and strategic suicide. We cannot allow the High Chancellor to walk straight into enemy territory. They're not enemies, Darius corrected. They're Ferrians. And I want to hear their demands with my own ears, not through reports filtered by political interests. The President of the Supreme Council, the man with the highest authority after Darius himself, leaned slowly back in his seat. If you fail, the Confederation will have to respond with all its might. Are you prepared to accept that risk? Darius nodded. It's a risk I'd rather take than order a massacre. The Supreme Council approved the mission by a narrow margin. Darius had his chance. His journey to Ferria was now set. As preparations began, he looked once more at Eiran's image on the screen. We'll see each other soon, son, he murmured, though he knew their meeting would be anything but easy. Ferria's history was about to change forever. 11.3 Preparations for the journey. The main hangar of the Confederation in Eternium buzzed with the feverish activity of technicians and officers. The news that Chancellor Darius Marvek would personally travel to Ferria had caused a stir in the highest circles of power. Some saw it as a bold political maneuver, others, as an act of recklessness. Marvek, however, was resolute. Ferria was no longer just a strategic issue. It was personal. Is the ship ready? He asked Admiral Yelvani, who was overseeing the final preparations. The Starfleet will depart in less than 12 hours, she replied in a professional tone. You'll be accompanied by an escort of 4 frigates, with assault units on standby in case of emergency. I don't want an invasion, Admiral. Marvek gave her a hard look. We're going there to negotiate, not to fire the first shot. Yelvani nodded, though her expression made it clear she didn't agree with the decision. Elsewhere in the hangar, the intelligence officers were reviewing the latest reports on the situation in Ferria. Holographic images showed the growing resistance, with Eiran Vassek at the heart of it all. Marvek studied his son's image for several long seconds, recognizing in him a familiar intensity. Does it make sense to keep my identity from him? He asked quietly to his trusted aide, Jorvan. The elderly counselor regarded him with a mix of respect and concern. If the truth comes out at the wrong time, it could be used as a weapon against you, he said. But if you keep it hidden for too long, you might lose any chance to build a bridge with him. Marvek nodded. He knew the greatest challenge of his life wouldn't be facing the rebel leaders, it would be facing his own son. As preparations continued, doubts began to grow inside him. He was heading into hostile territory, where any mistake could mean the collapse of his career and legacy. But more than that, he wondered if he was truly ready for what awaited him on Ferria. The hangar doors opened, revealing the imposing silhouette of the Starfleet. There was no turning back. The journey to Ferria was about to begin. 11.4 doubts aboard the ship. The Starfleet moved through hyperspace with a constant hum that resonated in every corner of the ship. On board, Darius Marvek silently watched the blinking lights of the navigation panel, though his thoughts were far from flight controls. The journey to Ferria, which under other circumstances would have been a simple diplomatic formality, now weighed on him like an unbearable burden. The silence of his cabin was broken by a soft metallic sound. The sliding door opened to admit Jorvan, his trusted aide. The old counselor observed him with a mix of respect and concern before speaking. "The crew is uneasy, Chancellor. Even Admiral Yelvani seems more tense than usual. Not everyone understands your decision to travel without an occupation force ready to intervene." Marvek sighed and leaned back in his seat. His fingers tapped absently on the desk. "I'm not sure I fully understand it myself, Jorvan." His voice carried a note of exhaustion he rarely allowed to show in public. Jorvan closed the door and stepped closer. He knew that behind closed doors, he could afford a frankness that would have been unacceptable in the Supreme Council. "It's because of him, isn't it?" he asked bluntly. Marvek didn't respond immediately. In his mind, the image of Eiran Vassek overlapped with fragments of a past he had tried to bury. The rebel leader, the symbol of the uprising on Ferria. His son. "I built my career on decisions rooted in logic and strategy," he said at last. "I've never let the personal interfere with the political. But now." Jorvan nodded slowly. "Now it's personal." The Chancellor rose and walked to the panoramic window of the cabin. Beyond the hyperspace distortion field, there was only a void of darkness dotted with distant stars. For the first time in a long while, he felt he was heading into the unknown, without a clear plan, without the certainty of how it would all end. "If Eiran weren't who he is, if he were just another rebel leader, I wouldn't hesitate," Marvek continued, his gaze distant. "I'd do what I've always done, eliminate the threat efficiently, restore order, and move on. But now I know the truth. And I can't help but ask myself, what kind of man have I become if my first instinct is to destroy my own son?" Jorvan remained silent for a moment, letting Marvek's words settle into the room. Finally, he spoke with the wisdom that only age could offer. "Perhaps this is your chance to do something different, Darius. Not as Chancellor. As a father." Marvek gave a bitter smile. "I don't know if he'll want to listen. I don't know if he could ever forgive me. But if you don't try, you'll never know." Silence returned to the room, but this time it wasn't oppressive. It was the silence of reflection, of a decision yet to be made. Marvek didn't have all the answers, but one thing was certain: when he arrived on Ferria, he would no longer be just the Chancellor of the Confederation. He would also be a man facing the shadows of his own past. And that battle would be the hardest of all. Chapter 12, The News Titans 12.1 Confederate Reinforcements. The atmosphere on Ferria had grown even more tense since the capture of the communications center and Eiran Vassek's transmission to the rest of the galaxy. The resistance had proven itself to be more than a group of disorganized insurgents. Now it was a real movement with the potential to disrupt the balance of power within the Confederation. The echo of that signal had reached the ears of Eternium. And the response was swift. Arrival of the fleet. The Ferrian sky darkened as the first Confederate frigates entered the planet's orbit. These were warships, designed for deterrence and oppression, armed with pulse batteries capable of pulverizing entire structures with surgical precision. Accompanying them, massive transports descended slowly, bringing reinforcements, thousands of Confederate soldiers, mechanized units, and surveillance drones that would turn Talos into a full occupation zone. In the Resistance's underground shelters, the message was clear: the Confederation was prepared to wipe out every trace of the uprising. "They won't let this go on," Marken murmured, watching the images captured by sentinels on the surface. Celine, brow furrowed, analyzed the data sent by spies embedded in the administrative complex. "This isn't just an occupation," she said. "They're bringing in heavy artillery. They want to make sure we never rise again." Decisions in the Resistance. Eiran stood in silence, watching the reports projected on the wall of the underground command room. Since the transmission had gone out into space, he had expected a response from the Confederation, but the scale of the deployment exceeded anything he had imagined. "We need to get ready," he said finally. If we don't consolidate our positions now, we'll lose Talos before we even get a chance to negotiate. Glances were exchanged across the room. It was the first time Eiran had spoken of negotiation as a real possibility. Until now, they had fought to survive, to prove they could resist. But the arrival of the fleet changed everything. Ferria could win battles, but a prolonged war against the Confederate war machine was unsustainable. "You think Marvek is willing to talk?" Celine asked, skeptical. Eiran sighed. He had no certainties, only intuition. "I'll find out when he gets here. But first, we need to make the Confederation understand that destroying Ferria is not an option." Survival strategies. The resistance mobilized immediately. The tunnels connecting the city's various sectors were reinforced, escape routes and hideouts were established for the civilian population. Confederate supply lines were sabotaged, forcing them to rely on external provisions, more vulnerable to disruption. Traps were set at key points throughout the city, ensuring that any enemy advance would be costly and dangerous. But Eiran knew armed resistance alone would not be enough. They needed time to assess Marvek's intentions. Time to find a solution that wouldn't leave Ferria in ruins. And deep in his mind, a question haunted him: was he truly willing to negotiate with the man who had condemned his people to centuries of exploitation? The answer wasn't clear. But the moment of decision was approaching fast. 12.2 Lines of defense. The Confederation's advance on Ferria was imminent. With reinforcements arriving and troops amassing in the planet's orbit, the resistance knew a full-scale offensive would soon be unleashed. Talos, the heart of the rebellion, had to prepare for a prolonged siege. Eiran Vassek walked the dusty streets of the city, his mind calculating every available strategy. Miners and civilians armed with improvised gear couldn't face the elite Confederate military head-on. If they wanted to survive, they would have to rely on their knowledge of the terrain and their ability to adapt quickly to changing conditions. "We need layered lines of defense," Eiran declared during a meeting with his commanders. "We can't stop them at a single point. We have to turn the entire city into a trap." Improvised fortifications. The first step was reinforcing Talos's access points. Barricades were built along the main urban corridors using rubble, abandoned cargo structures, and decommissioned mining machinery. Streets were reshaped with obstacles designed to redirect enemy vehicles into narrower, resistance-controlled zones. The underground tunnels, once used for transporting minerals, were repurposed as escape routes and strategic passages. Additional shafts were dug to connect key sectors of the city, allowing for faster movement without exposure to enemy fire. Technological defense. Celine and a team of engineers worked tirelessly to exploit the electrical and communications systems from the recently seized center. Mining drones were modified to act as surveillance and sabotage units, equipped with small explosives capable of disabling light Confederate vehicles. "We can't match their firepower," Celine remarked while programming one of the drones, "but we can make them feel like every step they take in this city is a mistake." The power systems were reconfigured to enable strategic blackouts across Talos, plunging sectors into complete darkness and rendering Confederate soldiers vulnerable to ambushes. Preparing the population. Eiran knew the resistance couldn't rely on fighters alone. The civilian population had to be prepared to endure a long siege. Supplies were distributed, and shelters were established in the city's deepest levels, protected by layers of rock that even the Confederation's energy weapons would struggle to penetrate. Community leaders instructed the people on evacuation routes, meeting points, and survival tactics. In the markets and streets of Talos, fear was palpable, but so was the determination of those unwilling to surrender without a fight. The final briefing before the battle began, Eiran gathered his inner circle. Markin, Celine, Lyra, and the other resistance leaders looked at him with anticipation. "We're not here to die," he said, his voice steady. "We're here to prove that Ferria does not break. We'll fight with intelligence, not desperation. And if they think they can subdue us by force, we'll show them they're wrong." The group nodded. They knew the fight would be brutal. But they also knew their cause was worth every sacrifice. From the highest hill in Talos, Eiran gazed at the night sky. Beyond the stars, aboard the Confederate ships, his father waited for him. The war for Ferria was about to begin. 12.3 Resource depletion. The fighting on Ferria intensified with each passing day. The Confederate reinforcements had failed to take Talos outright, but their presence served as a constant reminder that time was on their side. The resistance had managed to repel the initial assaults using the tactics Eiran and his team had devised, but holding the city required more than strategy. It required supplies. Supply crisis. The reports arriving at the underground command center were alarming. Caridium, Ferria's main source of wealth, was useless in this moment. What the resistance desperately needed was food, clean water, medicine, and ammunition. "We're reducing daily rations," Celine reported, scanning the storage records. "At this rate, we'll be in a critical state in 2 weeks." "And the reserves in the tunnels of the abandoned sectors?" Eiran asked. Marken shook his head. "We've already used them. There are still a few caches on the outskirts, but the Confederation has blocked all access routes." Silence fell over the room. It wasn't just the resistance fighters at stake, entire families in Talos depended on those supplies. If the Ferrians began to starve, internal unrest could become as dangerous as the enemy outside. "Searching for solutions we could negotiate with the black market traders in the industrial sectors," Lyra suggested. "They have smuggling route contacts and could get us food and medicine in exchange for unrefined caridium." "That makes us vulnerable," Celine pointed out. "If the Confederation captures them, they could give away our positions." Eiran thought for a moment before speaking. "We don't have a choice. The people need to eat. But we'll do it carefully. We'll send only a few negotiators and spread the transactions across different locations to avoid compromising a single point." Lyra nodded and took charge of coordinating the clandestine exchanges. Meanwhile, Celine and a group of engineers improvised solutions to ration energy and water in the shelters, ensuring that the reserves would last as long as possible. Tension within the resistance. As the days passed, the pressure within the resistance grew. Some fighters were convinced that their only option was to launch a desperate offensive against the Confederation before they ran out of supplies. "If we are going to die, at least let it be fighting," exclaimed a young soldier. "Why are we resisting if we're just going to starve to death?" Eiran looked at him seriously. "We resist because Ferria deserves better than a meaningless death. We're not going to waste our lives on a suicide charge. We'll find a way to survive." But even as he spoke those words, he couldn't help but wonder how much longer they could keep hope alive. The turning point. While the resistance did everything it could to maintain the fight, the Confederation tightened its grip. More ships arrived in orbit, more soldiers patrolled the ruined outskirts of Talos. It was only a matter of time before they launched a final assault. Eiran knew he had to make a decision before everything collapsed. But he wasn't ready to surrender. Ferria had endured centuries of exploitation. He wouldn't let it die now. "We prepare for the worst," he said at last, "but we keep searching for another way." The fight for Ferria was not over yet. 12.4 The last opportunity. The noose around Talos was tightening. The resistance had managed to repel the Confederation's initial assaults, but with each passing day, it became increasingly clear that victory was impossible if the conflict dragged on. Eiran Vassek knew it. They had managed to hold the city far longer than anyone had predicted, but their forces were at their limit. In the underground command room, the air was thick with tension. The resistance leaders stood around the table where a holographic map of the city projected enemy positions and the latest detected movements. Red markers representing Confederate troops covered more and more territory. "We can't hold out much longer," Marken said, arms crossed. "The Confederation has blocked our supply lines, and every day we lose more fighters." "We need a new strategy," Celine added, her voice calm but firm. "We can't just wait here to be wiped out." Eiran rubbed his face. For weeks, he had sustained the morale of his people, insisting the fight was worth it, that resistance was possible. But now, with every passing minute, it was harder to justify that position. That was when Lyra, his mother, broke the silence. "There's a chance," she said, looking at Eiran with a gaze that unsettled him. "Darius Marvek has arrived on Ferria." The name echoed through the room like a silent explosion. No one had expected the High Chancellor to set foot on the very ground set ablaze by his command. Yet there he was, stationed at the Central Confederate base just kilometers from Talos. "Why would he come here?" Marken asked with suspicion. "He doesn't need to be present to order our extermination." "Maybe he doesn't want to exterminate us," Lyra said. "Maybe there's still something in him that makes him hesitate." Eiran's jaw tightened. Since learning the truth about his lineage, he had avoided thinking too deeply about what it meant. Marvek wasn't just the enemy, wasn't just the man who ruled with an iron fist over his people's suffering, he was his father. And now he was on Ferria, possibly holding the key to the Resistance's fate. "You want me to talk to him?" Eiran asked quietly. "I want you to decide what's best for Ferria," Lyra replied. "Not as a rebel leader, not as a soldier. As a Ferrian." Silence settled over the room. All eyes turned to him, awaiting his decision. This was their last chance to avoid a massacre. If he accepted, he would confront the man who had unknowingly abandoned him. If he refused, Talos would fall within days. Finally, Eiran took a deep breath and nodded. "We'll send a message. I want to see him face to face." Ferria's last chance had begun. Part 4. Revelations Chapter 13, Arrival of the Chancellor 13.1 Landing amid the chaos. The Starfleet descended slowly onto the designated landing platform on the outskirts of Talos. Thick dust clouds and the flickering glow of scattered fires gave the landscape an apocalyptic tone. Confederate troops secured the perimeter while armored vehicles patrolled the area, turrets scanning for threats. From the window of his cabin, Darius Marvek observed the state of Ferria with a feeling that shifted between discomfort and resignation. He had expected resistance, but the sight of the partially destroyed mining city, now engulfed in chaos, struck him more deeply than any report had prepared him for. The situation had escalated far beyond what official briefings had suggested. "Sir, we are ready for disembarkation," Admiral Yelvani informed him through the communicator. Marvek exhaled slowly and adjusted his uniform. He knew his arrival on Ferria would mark a turning point in the crisis. He wasn't coming solely as the High Chancellor, he was a man facing a past that had returned in the most unexpected of ways. A hostile welcome as he descended from the ship, the atmosphere was tense. A group of high-ranking Confederate officers awaited him to report on the situation. Among them, Commander Rieger, responsible for the occupation of Talos, stepped forward with a sharp salute. "Chancellor, welcome to Ferria. We've secured the area, but resistance remains active in the inner sectors of the city. Our drones have detected movement in the mining tunnels. We believe they're planning a counterattack." Marvek nodded, never taking his eyes off the commander's rigid expression. "Have you attempted to establish contact with the rebel leadership?" he asked. "They've refused any dialogue. Our envoys never returned," Rieger replied curtly. "With all due respect, sir, I believe your presence here is an unnecessary risk. We could end this with a final offensive." The Chancellor narrowed his eyes. He knew many in the Confederation viewed Ferria as a mere military issue, but he could no longer afford that mindset. "Not now. No hasty decisions will be made," he said firmly. "We'll arrange a meeting with the insurgent leaders. If they've sent a message requesting negotiations, we will listen." The commander didn't respond immediately, but his stiff posture betrayed his disapproval. Finally, he gave a terse nod. "As you command, sir." Between gunpowder and politics, as Marvek made his way to the temporary base set up on the outskirts of Talos, he felt the weight of the conflict in every soldier's glance and in the distant sounds of sporadic gunfire. He knew the Ferrians didn't see him as a negotiator, but as a tyrant. Yet what worried him most wasn't public perception, it was the meeting ahead. Soon, he would come face to face with Eiran Vassek. And deep within, Marvek wasn't sure he was ready for it. 13.2 First Impression of Ferria. Darius Marvek stepped off the landing platform, greeted by the dense, dust-laden air that defined Ferria. Despite the many years since his last visit, the sensation was unmistakable. The ochre haze that hung over the mining city of Talos, the distant hum of machinery deep underground, the murmurs of a population living in the shadow of the Confederation, none of it had changed. Or perhaps it had, in a way that no official report could truly capture. He walked with steady purpose toward the Confederation's forward base, where Commander Rieger awaited him with a stern expression. Around them, the soldiers maintained discipline, though Marvek could sense the tension in the air. Ferria was not an easy world, not even for the Confederation's own troops. "Chancellor," Rieger greeted with a respectful nod. "The situation remains unstable. The resistance has solidified its control over central Talos and the mines in Sector 4. They've dismantled several of our supply routes, and their ambushes have inflicted significant losses." Marvek nodded, not rushing to respond. His gaze drifted to the ruined city beyond the Confederate perimeter, damaged buildings, makeshift barricades, and a people who showed no signs of surrender. What struck him most wasn't the destruction, but the determination on the faces of those watching from a distance. "Have you attempted to negotiate with the rebel leadership?" he finally asked. Rieger frowned. "We sent emissaries offering terms of surrender, but none returned." Marvek exhaled softly. He hadn't expected the situation to be easy, but the complete rejection of dialogue complicated his intentions. Yet there was one key difference between this rebellion and others the Confederation had faced: the name of its leader. Eiran Vassek. The weight of that name was impossible to ignore. Now that he knew the truth, Ferria's resistance was no longer just a strategic challenge, it was a personal dilemma. And if he wanted to find a way forward, he had to understand what was truly happening on this world. "I want to see the city," he said suddenly, catching Rieger off guard. "Sir, with all due respect, that's extremely dangerous. The streets are riddled with insurgents, and our patrols have been under constant attack." "I understand. But if I'm to negotiate, I need to see the ground for myself. The commander exchanged glances with his officers before nodding reluctantly. A world on the brink accompanied by a small security detail, Marvek moved through the edges of the occupation zone. As they entered the outer sectors of Talos, the full scale of Ferria's suffering became apparent. Living conditions were appalling, families sheltering in collapsed buildings, entire communities relying on dwindling supplies, faces etched with hunger and exhaustion. The Ferrians didn't run at the sight of him, but they didn't show fear either. Their gazes were defiant, filled with quiet resentment. To them, Darius Marvek was not a leader, he was the symbol of the oppression that had bound them for generations. Suddenly, a figure emerged from a side street. A boy, no older than 10, with gray eyes and a dust-covered face. He stood motionless in front of the convoy, holding something in his hands, a shard of caridium. Marvek stopped, staring at the dark, shimmering stone in the child's small palms. A mineral that had defined Ferria's fate, bringing wealth to the Confederation and misery to its people. The boy raised his eyes and threw the fragment at Marvek's feet. "They've stolen everything from us," he said, his voice firm, before turning and running back into the crowd. The silence that followed was deafening. No one clapped. No one shouted. But the message was clear. Something stirred within Marvek. This was no ordinary rebellion. It was the manifestation of a people pushed to their absolute limit, and he was at the center of it all. As he returned to the base, the image of the boy with the caridium lingered in his mind. Ferria was not just another Confederation mine. It was a world that had awakened, and Darius Marvek had to decide what he would do with that truth. 13.3 Reports on the rebel leader. Darius Marvek reviewed the latest reports sent by Confederate intelligence. On the holographic screen in his office, images of burning Talos flickered, military patrols sweeping through ruined streets, and at the center of it all, the figure of Eiran Vassek. War analysts described him as a formidable leader, someone who had managed to organize the Ferrians into a far more effective resistance than anyone in the Confederation had anticipated. But what unsettled Marvek the most wasn't the rebels' strategic prowess. It was the growing, undeniable feeling that he knew him. Not in the superficial sense of having read his profile, but in a deeper, far more personal way. "Sir, new analysis confirms that the resistance is using mining tunnels to move between sectors. Their knowledge of the terrain gives them a significant advantage," reported Rieger, the commander overseeing operations on Ferria. Marvek nodded, but his mind was elsewhere. He brought up a profile document detailing Eiran Vassek's background: born in Talos, son of Lyra Vassek, an engineer before becoming an insurgent, with a record of leadership and an uncanny ability to anticipate enemy movements. The face on the screen stared back at him with an intensity that made Marvek clench his fists. Those gray eyes, that determined expression. It was like looking into a mirror, one that reflected his younger self. "Anything else, sir?" asked Rieger, noticing the Chancellor's distraction. "Yes," Marvek said without taking his eyes off the report. "I want everything you can find on his mother, Lyra Vassek. Medical records, background, any past connections with Confederate officers." Rieger frowned. "Sir, with all due respect, our priority should be dismantling the resistance before it gains more support. I failed to see the relevance of this man's personal history." Marvek turned to him slowly. "It's not your place to question my priorities, Commander," he said in a tone that made it clear the conversation was over. Rieger stiffened and exited the room without another word. Once the door closed, Marvek placed both hands on the table and shut his eyes. The image of Lyra surfaced in his memory with startling clarity. Her laughter, her defiant gaze, the last time he saw her before leaving Ferria, thinking he would never return. Eiran Vassek was not just the leader of a rebellion. He was his son. The realization hit him with unexpected force. Throughout his career, Marvek had made difficult decisions, always ensuring that the personal never interfered with the political. But now, faced with the truth that he was fighting his own blood, he wondered for the first time whether he was truly ready for what was coming. The fate of Ferria was no longer just a political matter, it was a family matter. 13.4 The proposal for negotiation. Dawn over Ferria brought with it a momentary pause in hostilities. At the Confederate base, Darius Marvek reviewed the reports from the previous night: minor skirmishes on the outskirts of Talos, resistance raids targeting supply routes, signs of a conflict that would only drag on unless decisive action was taken. "Sir, we've received an encrypted transmission from within the city," Admiral Yelvani announced, her expression unreadable. "It's a message from Eiran Vassek. He wants to negotiate." The words hung in the air. Commander Rieger scoffed with disdain. "This is just a ploy to buy time. We should launch the final assault while they're weakened." Marvek didn't respond right away. He stood and walked to the command room window. Through the reinforced glass, he could see the city of Talos, half in ruins, yet still standing. Ferria hadn't surrendered. And if what he suspected about Eiran was true, it wouldn't yield easily. "What are his terms?" he asked at last. "He's demanding a face-to-face meeting," Yelvani replied. "He wants security guarantees for his team and the chance to discuss a solution, without further bloodshed." "Ridiculous," Rieger interrupted. "There's no solution that doesn't involve total surrender." Marvek ignored the objection. His eyes remained fixed on the city below, weighing the impossible decision before him. As High Chancellor, his duty was to restore order and secure Ferria's loyalty. As a man, he faced a truth that redefined the entire conflict. "We'll accept," he said at last. "But on our terms." Preparing the meeting hours later, Marvek walked the corridors of the base beside Yelvani as they finalized the details of the encounter. It would take place in a neutral location on the outskirts of Talos, an abandoned processing station from the early mining days. Both sides would arrive with a small security detail. No heavy weapons. "Do you think he'll actually agree to a deal?" Yelvani asked. Marvek didn't answer immediately. He didn't know what to expect. He didn't know Eiran as a son, only as an adversary. But if the young man had inherited anything from Lyra, it was her resolve. "We'll find out soon enough," was all he said. As the shuttle lifted off toward the meeting point, Darius Marvek braced himself for what would be the most pivotal moment of his life, facing the leader of the resistance, his own son, and deciding whether Ferria would be saved or destroyed. Chapter 14, Face-to-Face 14.1 The Hall of the Former Council. The building of Talos's former council stood like a relic of a bygone era, a monument of stone and metal that had witnessed generations of debate, agreements, and, ultimately, Ferria's submission to the Confederation. Now, that forgotten place once again became the center of history, the stage for a meeting that would determine the fate of an entire planet. Eiran Vassek walked through its dusty corridors, accompanied by Celine and Markin. The silence of the place clashed with the tension in the air. Outside, the city waited. The resistance held its breath. The Confederation readied its weapons. "This building was the heart of Ferria before the Confederation shut it down," Celine whispered. "Back then, this is where our future was decided. Now, it's up to us." Eiran nodded. His footsteps echoed over the worn marble as they made their way toward the grand meeting hall. The room was vast, centered around a massive oval table, with rows of seats that had once hosted Ferrian leaders. Now, only shadows remained of what it had once been. At the far end of the chamber, a door slid open with a soft mechanical hiss. Darius Marvek entered with his escort, his imposing figure casting a long shadow across the floor. He wore the uniform of the High Chancellor, immaculate, expressionless. His gaze met Eiran's, and for an instant, time seemed to freeze. "Eiran Vassek," Marvek said, voice firm. "At last, we meet face to face." The leader of the resistance didn't answer immediately. He studied every movement, every nuance of the man before him, the one who had sentenced Ferria to centuries of exploitation. He didn't see just an enemy. He saw the central piece of a puzzle he still didn't fully understand. "Chancellor Marvek," Eiran replied, voice restrained. "Welcome to Ferria. Or what's left of it." The silence that followed was heavy, thick with expectation. In that moment, the old council hall was no longer just a relic. It had become an arena, where the fate of a world would be decided not through weapons, but through words. 14.2 Diplomatic tension. The air inside the former council hall was thick, charged with a palpable tension. Eiran Vassek and Darius Marvek stared at each other across the negotiation table, two leaders from opposing sides caught in a crossroads of history and fate. Around them, members of the resistance and Confederate officers remained silent, as though any word could ignite the spark of a new conflict. "I'm not here to listen to hollow speeches," Eiran began, his tone firm but measured. "Ferria has endured centuries of exploitation. We won't surrender for a handful of empty promises." Marvek held his gaze. Years in politics had taught him how to conceal emotion, but in that moment, Eiran's face reminded him too much of Lyra's. He couldn't let his personal conflict interfere, but he couldn't ignore it, either. "Don't underestimate what's at stake, Vassek," the Chancellor replied. "A prolonged war will only bring more suffering to your people. The Confederation can guarantee stability and reconstruction, if we cooperate." "Cooperate?" Celine interjected, one of the Resistance's chief strategists. "Like you did in Sector 7? When your troops executed miners for refusing to work under inhuman conditions." Commander Rieger, seated with the Confederate delegation, clenched his fists but held back. He knew his role there was strictly political, and any outburst could unravel the fragile talks. Marvek raised a hand to calm the tension before responding. I don't excuse the mistakes of the past. But I'm here to change the future. I want a solution that avoids more needless deaths. Eiran narrowed his eyes. He didn't trust Marvek, but the Chancellor's presence on Ferria was proof the Confederation wasn't guaranteed victory. He still had leverage, though it was fragile. Then let's talk real terms, he said, folding his arms. We want autonomy for Ferria. We want control over our own minds, and the right to shape our future without Confederate interference. Marvek kept his expression neutral, but internally, he knew that was a difficult line to cross. Ferria was a cornerstone of the Confederation's economy, and full independence was off the table. Still, he could offer concessions. We can negotiate a stronger local government, he offered, with broader authority and a more equitable distribution of mining profits. But Ferria remains part of the Confederation. We won't accept scraps, Celine shot back. Without real independence, this is just another deal dressed up to look like change. Murmurs rose around the room. The tension was escalating, and Eiran could feel the weight of every word, every decision. How far could he push without risking everything? He looked at Marvek, searching for signs. Was this man truly willing to negotiate, or was this just another form of control? Let's be clear, Chancellor, Eiran said at last. We will not continue as slaves of the Confederation. If you've come here only to prolong our submission, this meeting is over. Silence stretched for several long seconds. The true negotiation had only just begun. 14.3 Demands and counteroffers. The silence that followed Eiran Vassek's last statement was heavy. The hall of the former Talos Council seemed to hold its breath, awaiting Darius Marvek's reply. The High Chancellor, seated upright with his fingers interlocked on the table, stared at Eiran with an unreadable expression. Full independence for Ferria is not an option, he said at last, his tone firm but without hostility. The Confederation cannot afford to lose a resource this vital. However, I'm willing to discuss terms that grant the planet greater autonomy. Eiran held his posture, though inwardly he felt a flicker of possibility. It wasn't acceptance, but it wasn't an outright refusal either. He knew he had to press on, but precisely. If we don't own our minds, we don't own our future, he replied. The Confederation has exploited Ferria for generations. We demand control over our own production and the right to negotiate our exports without Confederate intermediaries. That would destabilize the Confederation's entire economy, interrupted Rieger, the Confederate commander present at the talks. We can't allow one planet to disrupt the supply balance on this scale. Ferria is not just a planet. It is a people, Celine said firmly. And that people is willing to fight to the end if it isn't treated fairly. Marvek exhaled slowly. The negotiation teetered on a tightrope. He couldn't concede too much without appearing weak before the Confederate Council, but he also couldn't ignore the growing threat that Ferria could become an even costlier conflict than it already was. I can offer structural reform, he said after a moment of thought. Ferria will retain its status within the Confederation, but a Ferrian Autonomous Council will be established, with real authority over resource distribution and production management. The Confederation will continue purchasing Caridium, but under more favorable terms for your people. Additionally, new labor regulations will be enacted to guarantee safer conditions in the mines. Eiran narrowed his eyes. It wasn't the independence they wanted, but it was a substantial shift. The question was it enough? And what guarantees do we have that these reforms will be implemented and not forgotten the moment your fleet leaves orbit? He asked. A joint commission will oversee the transition, Marvek replied. Ferria will elect its own representatives, and the Confederation will appoint neutral observers. And I personally commit to ensuring the agreement is honored. Silence once again filled the room. Eiran studied Marvek intently, searching for any sign of deception. He found none. What he did see was something unexpected, a trace of doubt, perhaps even weariness, in the eyes of the man who had been his enemy his entire life. I'll speak with my people, Eiran said at last. But if this agreement is just another way to subdue us with words instead of weapons, Ferria's answer will be the same. Marvek gave a slow nod. Then so be it, he replied. 14.4 Shadows of Recognition. The echo of Eiran's final words still lingered in the council hall as Darius Marvek lowered his gaze slightly, as though weighing the gravity of the conversation against the weight of his own conscience. For years, he had negotiated treaties, signed decrees that shaped the lives of thousands of worlds, and faced political crises with unshakable composure. But now, seated across from Ferria's young leader, he felt a different kind of pressure, one that didn't come from political calculus, but from something deeper, something personal. The air in the hall had grown oppressive. The silence wasn't just a pause in the conversation, it was a current of unspoken thoughts flowing between both men, thoughts neither of them yet dared to name. "There's something I want to understand," Marvek said at last, his voice calm and deliberate. "Why do you believe you can win? I don't mean tactically, or holding out for a few more months. I mean really win. Change Ferria." Eiran met the Chancellor's gaze without flinching. He knew the question wasn't a strategic probe, it was an invitation to reveal what truly drove him. "Because we already are," he answered. "People have stopped being afraid. Before, they saw the Confederation as a distant, untouchable god. Now they see it as a system, and systems can be challenged. We've already won something you can't take back." Marvek let out a quiet breath. Those words, spoken with the conviction of someone who truly believed them, stirred memories of different conversations, different people. Of a time when he, too, had held ideals, before politics turned them cold and calculative. He leaned forward slightly, fingers interlaced atop the table. "You're not like the other rebel leaders I've dealt with," he said, studying Eiran carefully. "You're strategic, but you're also an idealist. You're not just fighting for military victory, you want something lasting. Where did you learn that?" Eiran didn't answer immediately. Something in the question told him it went deeper than Marvek was willing to admit. But it was Celine who broke the silence. "Eiran didn't learn to lead out of ambition or thirst for power," she said. "He learned because he saw injustice, and knew he could do something about it. Not all leaders are born from titles, Chancellor. Some are born from necessity." Marvek nodded, accepting the answer, though his expression subtly darkened. A question had been lingering in his mind since he'd first seen the face of the young insurgent. A recognition he hadn't wanted to accept, but that now felt undeniable. "Tell me something, Vassek," he said, his voice lower now. "Your mother, Lyra Vassek. Is she alive?" Eiran tensed at the mention of her name. His instincts told him this sudden shift in the conversation carried far more weight than it appeared. Carefully, he nodded. Marvek closed his eyes briefly, as though that confirmation stirred something long buried. When he opened them again, the expression he wore was no longer that of the High Chancellor of the Confederation. For a moment, just a moment, he was a man confronting a ghost from his past. The shadows of recognition had settled over the room, and the fate of Ferria was about to take an unexpected turn. Chapter 15, The Truth Revealed. 15.1 Lyra's entrance. The echo of Eiran's last words still hung in the air when the council chamber door creaked open with a metallic hiss. Every head turned. Time seemed to slow as a tall figure, cloaked in dark fabric, crossed the threshold. Her stride was steady, though slightly marked by the old injury that had never fully healed. The artificial light caught her face, revealing the intense and resolute gaze of Lyra Vassek. Silence fell over the room like a shroud. Marvek felt a weight in his chest he hadn't experienced in decades. Eiran, too, stared at his mother in disbelief, as if her presence in this room disrupted the entire balance of what he thought he understood. "This has to end," Lyra said clearly, her voice slicing through the tension like a blade. The Confederate officers glanced at Marvek, searching for a reaction, but the High Chancellor said nothing. His eyes remained fixed on the woman he had once loved, and lost, the woman who now stood between him and a truth too long buried. "Mother, what are you doing here?" Eiran asked, his voice barely a whisper. Lyra stepped forward, placing herself between her son and Marvek. First, she looked at Eiran, her expression softening with the sorrow of someone who had carried a burden far too long. Then she turned to Marvek, her eyes filled not with hatred, but with certainty, the understanding that they could no longer run from the past. "Darius," she said, using his name without a trace of formality. "You can't keep pretending this is just a political negotiation. You can't keep ignoring who's sitting across the table from you." Marvek swallowed, though his expression remained stoic. For years, he had faced galaxy-spanning crises, signed treaties that determined the fate of entire worlds. And yet, never had he felt as exposed, as human, as he did now. "Eiran," Lyra continued, turning back to her son, "there's something you need to know. Something I should have told you a long time ago." Eiran felt his stomach drop. A dark premonition coiled inside him, but he wasn't ready to hear it. "Not here. Not now." "What are you talking about?" he asked, a warning edge to his voice. Lyra took a deep breath. She closed her eyes for a moment, gathering strength from within. Then, with a calm that belied the storm around her, she said the words that would change everything. "Darius Marvek is your father." The air seemed to vanish from the room, as if the entire structure had been struck by a silent implosion. The revelation froze every person present. No one moved. No one spoke. Eiran felt the ground beneath him shift. His gaze started between his mother and Marvek, searching for some sign of denial, some hint that this was a mistake, a lie. But the Chancellor's face held no denial. Only truth. Painful. Inescapable. Undeniable. For the first time in his life, Eiran Vassek didn't know what to do. 15.2 Late Confessions. Eiran felt the world spinning around him. His mother's words echoed through his mind, but their meaning had yet to take root. Darius Marvek, the man he had spent his life fighting, the very face of Ferria's oppression, was not just a symbol of tyranny. He was his father. The silence inside the old council chamber was absolute. For the first time since entering the room, Marvek had lowered his gaze, as if the weight of the truth threatened to crush him. Celine, standing beside Eiran, watched the scene in stunned disbelief. Rieger and the other Confederate officers exchanged uneasy glances. No one dared disturb the fragile balance that had overtaken the chamber. Finally, Eiran found his voice, though it came out hoarse, like the breath had been knocked from his lungs. "Why didn't you ever tell me?" he asked, eyes locked on his mother. Lyra inhaled deeply, her eyes brimming with emotions she had long buried. "Because I didn't want your life to be shaped by his shadow," she said. "Because I was afraid of what would happen if the truth ever came out. And because I didn't know how to handle it." Marvek looked up. His expression was that of a man who had spent a lifetime building certainties, only to see them collapse in a single moment. "I didn't know," he said quietly, not as an excuse, but as an admission of failure. "I never knew you existed, Eiran." The young rebel leader clenched his fists. His heart pounded, not from fear, but from a volatile mix of anger and confusion. "And what difference does that make now?" he spat. "Am I supposed to pity you? For not being here while they enslaved us? While the Confederation destroyed everything we had?" "No," Marvek said, without hesitation. "I don't expect you to forgive me. I only want you to know that if I had known—" "What?" Eiran cut him off, stepping forward. "Would you have done things differently? Not exploited Ferria? Not sent your soldiers to kill my people? Would any of your decisions have changed?" Marvek didn't answer immediately. For the first time in decades, the High Chancellor of the Confederation had no answer prepared. Lyra gently placed a hand on her son's arm, trying to ground him. "Eiran, I know this is too much. But we have to think about what happens next. What we do now will shape Ferria's future." Eiran closed his eyes for a moment. She was right. He could let the fury consume him and reject the truth, or he could use it. The war wasn't over. His duty to Ferria still stood above any personal revelation. "We can't change the past," he said at last, his voice calmer. "But we can still decide the future. So tell me, Marvek, are you ready to change it? Or will you keep being the man who destroyed this world?" Marvek held his gaze for a long moment. Then, with a deep breath, he straightened in his seat. The time to decide had come. 15.3 Father and Son. The silence that followed Lyra's revelation was heavy, like a slab of stone too massive to move. Eiran stood in the center of the old council hall, carrying the weight of a truth he had never asked for. His gaze drifted between his mother and Marvek, searching their faces for answers neither seemed ready to offer. Marvek was the first to speak, though his voice came out rougher than he intended. "I'm not going to apologize for what I didn't know," he said, a blend of cold restraint and something else, something Eiran couldn't quite name. Eiran clenched his jaw. His restrained anger burned like an underground fire, scorching, yet hidden beneath the surface. "This changes nothing," he shot back. "Ferria is still a colony. My people are still suffering. And you're still the man who allowed it." Marvek didn't look away. Throughout his life, he had faced corrupt politicians, ambitious generals, and internal conspiracies within the Confederation. But never had he felt as exposed as he did now, facing his own son. "You're right," he said after a long pause. "I can't change the past. But I can decide what I do now." Lyra stepped in then, her voice soft, but charged with urgency. "This isn't just a personal reckoning," she said. "It's the fate of an entire planet. The question is, what will you do with this truth? Use it to destroy each other, or to change what's been inevitable for far too long?" Eiran felt the full weight of her words. He couldn't afford to lose control. Not now. Not when all of Ferria depended on him. He took a deep breath and met Marvek's eyes once again. "Then tell me, Chancellor," he said, his tone carrying an unspoken challenge. "Now that you know the truth, what will you do?" Marvek studied him for a moment. He no longer saw just a rebel or an opponent. He saw his son. And in that moment, he made a decision he never thought he'd make. "Let's negotiate," he said at last. 15.4 The world stops. The echo of Lyra's words still reverberated in the council chamber. "Darius Marvek is your father. A sentence that tore Eiran's reality in two, rearranging every memory, every battle, every thought he had ever had. The leader of the resistance felt the ground shift beneath his feet. He looked at his mother, then at Marvek, then finally at the table between them, as if anchoring himself to something solid would help his mind process the impossible truth. Marvek didn't speak. His eyes were fixed on Eiran, but not with the cold authority of the Supreme Chancellor facing an enemy. There was something else in his gaze, a mix of recognition, guilt, and uncertainty. For the first time, Eiran saw the man without the armor of power or the mask of control. He saw only a man, caught in the consequences of a truth he had never foreseen. "This can't be," Eiran murmured, the words barely escaping his lips. "No. You can't be." But deep down, a part of him already knew. It was the same part that had felt something strange when he first saw Marvek in the intelligence briefings. The same part that never understood why the Chancellor's face unsettled him more than any other. Now everything made sense. And at the same time, nothing did. "Eiran." Lyra reached out to touch his arm, but he stepped back. "Difficult?" Eiran's bitter laugh filled the room. "Is that what you think this is? Difficult? No, Mother. This is a damn farce." Celine and the others stood in silence. No one knew what to say. No one knew if they should say anything at all. Eiran's chest tightened. Everything he believed in, everything he had built, was now wrapped in a haze of uncertainty. His enemy had always had a face, the Confederation. Marvek. And now that face was tied to his own blood. "If I had known." Marvek finally spoke, his voice quieter than usual, heavy. Eiran cut him off with a sharp motion. "Don't you dare," he snapped, voice trembling with restrained fury. "Don't you dare say you would have done things differently. Because you didn't. You came to this planet, exploited it, forgot it, and now you're back as if you have the right to decide its fate." Marvek closed his eyes briefly, as if every word was a blow. But when he opened them, his gaze had changed. He was no longer the Supreme Chancellor. No longer the man of calculated diplomacy. He was a father, facing the greatest failure of his life. "I'm not asking you to believe me," he said. "I'm not asking you to accept me. But I will say this, I don't want to be your enemy. Not anymore." Eiran let out a shaky breath. His instincts screamed not to trust him, not to let emotion cloud judgment. But somewhere deep within, something told him that history, his history, had just changed forever. The world, as he knew it, had stopped. And when it moved again, nothing would be the same. The silence between Eiran and Marvek was as dense as the mineral dust that hung over Talos. Only hours had passed since the revelation that shattered both their lives, but for them, it felt like an eternity. The meeting in the old council hall had ended in deadlock, with the promise of continued talks in private. Now, father and son stood alone in one of the annex chambers, far from the eyes of the resistance and the Confederate officers. Eiran stood with his arms crossed, his back against the wall, posture rigid as if bracing for a fight. Marvek stood near a dark wooden table, hands resting on its surface as if it were the only thing keeping him grounded in reality. "Talk," Eiran said at last, his tone sharp. "What do you think you can say to make this make sense?" Marvek exhaled slowly, gathering his thoughts. He had faced diplomats, generals, hostile senators, but never had he felt so completely out of his element. "I don't know if I can make it make sense," he admitted. "I only know I can't ignore it." Eiran let out a humorless laugh. "You can't ignore it," he repeated, mocking. "But you ignored us for your whole life. How many worlds did you exploit while I grew up not knowing who you were? How many decrees did you sign that condemned Ferria while I was breaking my back in its mines?" Marvek didn't respond right away. There was no defense. No justification that could make any of it right. He had made choices, some calculated, some necessary, many regrettable. But this was different. "If I had known," he began. "You didn't," Eiran cut him off, quieter now, but every word heavy with emotion. "You didn't know, and honestly, I don't think it would have mattered. Because at the end of the day, you're still the Chancellor of the Confederation. And I'm still the leader of Ferria's resistance. Nothing changes that." Marvek looked down, then met his son's gaze again, this time with surprising intensity. "What if it could change?" he asked. Eiran narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" Marvek straightened, his tone firmer now. "I mean there may be a way to avoid all-out war. A way to guarantee Ferria's safety without more bloodshed. If you're willing to listen, I'm willing to offer real concessions." Eiran stared at him for a long moment. Part of him wanted to reject it, to hold on to the anger that had fueled his fight. But another part, smaller yet louder now, reminded him that war meant more death, more suffering. And if there was even the smallest chance to stop that, he had to consider it. "I'm listening," he said at last, without committing, but not closing the door either. Marvek nodded, a faint glimmer of hope in his eyes. For the first time in a long time, the future didn't feel entirely written. Chapter 16, Personal Reconciliation 16.1 Private Conversations. The silence between Eiran and Marvek was as dense as the mineral dust that hung over Talos. Only a few hours had passed since the revelation that had upended their lives, but for both of them, it felt like an eternity. The meeting in the old council chamber had ended in a stalemate, with a promise to continue negotiations behind closed doors. And so, father and son now found themselves alone in one of the annex rooms, far from the eyes of the resistance and the Confederate officers. Eiran stood with his arms crossed, his back against the wall, his posture rigid, as if bracing for an attack. Marvek, meanwhile, remained near a dark wooden table, both hands resting on its surface, as if the solidity of the furniture was the only thing keeping him grounded in reality. Talk, Eiran said first, his tone sharp. What do you think you can say to make all of this make sense? Marvek exhaled slowly, taking a moment to collect his thoughts. He had dealt with diplomats, generals, and hostile senators, but never had he felt so out of his depth. I don't know if I can make it make sense, he admitted. I only know I can't ignore it. Eiran let out a dry, humorless laugh. You can't ignore it, he repeated, mockingly. But you managed to ignore us your whole life. How many worlds did you exploit while I was growing up, not even knowing who you were? How many times did you sign decrees that condemned Ferria while I was breaking my back in its mines? Marvek didn't respond immediately. He knew there was no justification. He had made mistakes, so many, he had long since stopped counting. But this was different. If I had known, he began. You didn't, Eiran interrupted, his voice now lower, but heavy with emotion. You didn't know, and honestly, I don't think it would have mattered. Because at the end of the day, you're still the Supreme Chancellor of the Confederation, and I'm still the leader of Ferria's resistance. Nothing changes that. Marvek lowered his gaze briefly, then raised it again, with an intensity that caught his son off guard. What if it could change? He asked. Eiran frowned. What do you mean? Marvek straightened, his tone growing firmer. I mean that maybe, just maybe, there's a way to avoid a total war. A way to guarantee Ferria's safety without more bloodshed. If you're willing to listen, I'm willing to make real concessions. Eiran studied him for a long moment. Part of him still wanted to reject it outright, to cling to the anger that had fueled his purpose for so long. But another part, smaller, but unrelenting, reminded him that war meant more death, more suffering for his people. And if there was a chance, however slim, to change that fate, he had to consider it. I'm listening, he said at last, still without committing, but not closing the door either. Marvek nodded, feeling, for the first time in a long while, that the future wasn't entirely written. 16.2 Shared Stories. Marvek watched Eiran in silence for several long seconds, trying to find some sign of acceptance in his son's face. But all he saw was the same defiant gaze he had seen in him from the very first moment they met in the old council chamber. You said you wanted to listen, Marvek said at last. Then let me tell you a story. Eiran crossed his arms, skeptical. He wasn't sure what his father intended by prolonging the conversation, but he knew he needed to understand everything he could before deciding his next move. Go on, he said, not softening his tone. Marvek took a breath and began to speak, his voice slower than before. Many years ago, a young Confederate official was sent to a mining world on the edge of known space. He was ambitious, full of big ideas, and he believed he could make a difference. He thought that, with enough determination, he could change the system from within. Eiran said nothing, but he already knew where the story was going. But reality was different, Marvek continued. The Confederate bureaucracy wasn't interested in change, only in efficiency. That young man quickly learned that the Confederation's stability depended on keeping planets like Ferria exactly as they were, productive, but subordinate. He could make small improvements, but nothing that truly shifted the balance of power. And then, he met someone, he said, his voice dropping slightly. A woman who saw the world in a completely different way. She didn't talk about efficiency or policy, she talked about people, about suffering, about hope. She taught him that the value of a world wasn't measured in minerals, but in the lives who lived there. And for the first time in his life, that young man began to doubt everything he had believed. Eiran shifted in his seat. That portrait of his mother was familiar. He had grown up hearing her speak those words, learning from her example. But hearing it from Marvek felt strange, as if he were seeing his story from a different angle. So, what happened? Eiran asked, a note of bitterness in his voice. Did he stay and fight? Or did he just leave and forget everything? Marvek didn't respond right away. His gaze dropped to the floor, as if reliving a moment from long ago. He left, he said at last. Not because he wanted to, but because he believed he had to. He thought that if he climbed high enough in the Confederate hierarchy, someday he'd have the power to truly change things. But what he didn't understand at the time was that with every rung he climbed, he moved further away from the man he once wanted to be. Eiran pressed his lips together. Part of him still wanted to see Marvek only as the enemy, the man who had led Ferria's exploitation without remorse. But another part, one he didn't want to acknowledge, was beginning to glimpse something else, a man who, perhaps, was also a prisoner of the same system he had learned to hate. "I don't expect this to change anything between us," Marvek said. "But I want you to know I never stopped thinking about Ferria. And now that I know the truth, I won't ignore it." Eiran stared at him, searching for any sign of deceit. He found none. "Then tell me," he said at last, "what are you going to do about it?" Marvek offered a tired smile. "That depends on you, son." 16.3 Wounds that begin to heal. Eiran hadn't slept since the conversation with Marvek. He stood at the edge of Talos, watching the flickering lights of Confederate patrols still circling the outer sectors. His mind was a whirlwind of conflicting emotions, anger, confusion, a flicker of hope, and above all, exhaustion. Marvek, his father. The idea still felt absurd. That man had represented everything he had fought against, and now he found himself in the strange position of having to acknowledge him as something more than an enemy. Could he even consider him family? Could he trust him? The sound of footsteps pulled him from his thoughts. Selene approached, her expression serious but filled with a quiet empathy that few could see. Without a word, she sat beside him and handed him a canteen. Eiran accepted it, took a sip, and let out a heavy sigh. "I don't know what to do," he admitted at last. Selene didn't respond immediately. She simply stared out at the distant city, as if searching for the answer somewhere in Talos's shadows. "You don't have to decide now," she said calmly. "But you do have to face it. You can't fight on two fronts, Eiran. Not if you want Ferria to have a future." Eiran let his head fall into his hands. He knew she was right. The conflict with the Confederation was complicated enough without adding an internal war against his own bloodline. "What if he's lying?" he asked, a hint of desperation in his voice. "What if this is just part of his political game, trying to manipulate me?" Selene turned to him, locking eyes. "You'll only know with time. But if there's one thing I've learned in this war, it's that people can change, when you least expect it." Eiran let out a bitter laugh. "Even him?" "Even him," Selene affirmed. "But the real question isn't whether he can change. It's whether you can allow yourself to believe it." The young rebel leader fell silent, gazing into the vast Ferrian sky. There, between the dust and the stars, he began to understand that the real battle wasn't only against the Confederation, but also against the weight of his own history. And for the first time since discovering the truth, he allowed himself to consider the possibility of healing. 16.4 A new beginning. The air in the small meeting room felt heavier than usual. Eiran and Marvek were alone once more, but something in their dynamic had shifted. It was no longer just the tension of the revelation or the weight of history between them. There was something else now, a possibility, a crack in the wall of resentment that had separated them until now. Eiran studied Marvek carefully. He had spent so long seeing him as the absolute enemy that it was difficult to accept the humanity he now saw in him. He wasn't a monster, nor a cold and calculating puppet master. He was a man who had made mistakes, who had followed the path he believed was right, and who now stood facing the consequences of his past. "I didn't expect all of this to end here," said Marvek, his voice more tired than usual. "And certainly not like this." Eiran nodded, though his expression remained hard. "Neither did I, but here we are. And Ferria is still hanging by a thread." Silence settled between them, until Marvek dared to say what neither of them had been willing to admit until now. "I don't want Ferria to burn, Eiran. I never wanted that." The young rebel leader looked at him with disbelief. "Then what did you want?" "Because from where I stood, all I ever saw was exploitation and death." Marvek didn't look away. Deep down, he knew he couldn't justify the past with excuses. So he did the only thing he could. "I was wrong," he admitted. Wrong to think that order and stability were all that mattered. Wrong to believe that progress justified the sacrifice of others. And wrong for not questioning the system I helped build sooner. Something stirred within Eiran. He had never expected to hear those words from Marvek. And yet, there they were. "If you really believe that," Eiran said, taking a deep breath, "then tell me. What are you willing to do to change it?" Marvek straightened in his seat. He had spent his entire life making decisions that affected millions, but this one, in particular, felt like the most important of them all. "Whatever it takes." Eiran studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, He extended his hand. Then let's give ourselves the chance to do something different. For the first time in his life, Darius Marvek took his son's hand. And in that moment, they sealed a pact that would change the fate of Ferria forever. Part 5, A New Dawn. Chapter 17, The Grand Accord. 17.1 Reframing the objectives. The improvised war council in Talos was at its most tense. Eiran surveyed the faces of his allies, some filled with determination, others clouded by doubt. The revelation of his blood ties to Marvek and the recent private talks with the Supreme Chancellor had fractured the unity of the resistance. Now, more than ever, it was crucial to reassess the movement's goals. Full independence is still our purpose, declared Rieger, the veteran military strategist, slamming his fist on the table. Anything less is a betrayal of the fallen. Eiran exhaled slowly, keeping calm. He knew that view was shared by many. Ferria had suffered too long under the Confederation's yoke, and the thirst for justice would not be quenched with mere promises. I understand, he replied. But we've reached a point where open war may cost us more than we can afford. We have to consider every option before we doom Ferria to another decade of blood and ruin. Celine, seated beside him, nodded gravely. The resource reports don't lie. We can't sustain the resistance much longer without essential supplies. The Confederation still controls orbital space, and if they decide to blockade us, we'll be trapped. So you're suggesting we surrender? Interjected Jana, one of the most fervent leaders of the insurgency. Eiran shook his head. No. But if Marvek is truly willing to negotiate real autonomy for Ferria, we have to consider that possibility. Continuing the fight out of pride alone could destroy what we've fought so hard to protect. A heavy silence followed. Many present had lost family and friends in the rebellion. To concede now, even under favorable terms, felt like betrayal. But the reality was undeniable. Ferria could not win a prolonged conflict. There's something else, Eiran added, drawing every gaze to him. If we secure autonomy without full-scale war, we set a precedent for other worlds exploited by the Confederation. We could spark a new era in the galaxy, one where oppression is no longer the norm. Rieger sighed and rubbed his face. He wasn't convinced, but he couldn't deny Eiran's logic either. We'll need guarantees, he said finally. We can't just trust words. We'll get them, Eiran assured. If Marvek is serious, we'll make him sign an agreement that secures our future. And if he isn't, then we'll know the fight must go on. Consensus took time, but at last, everyone in the room nodded solemnly. Ferria stood at a crossroads. And the decision they made now would define its destiny. 17.2 Proposals for Autonomy. The echo of the last meeting still rang in Eiran's mind as he walked through the corridors of the underground base in Talos. The resistance had agreed to explore the possibility of an agreement with the Confederation, but mistrust lingered in every glance, in every word spoken with caution. No one wanted Ferria to be betrayed again. Ahead of him, at a table cluttered with reports and maps, Marvek was waiting. The man who for so long had been nothing but an enemy now represented an unexpected option, a path that could avoid further bloodshed. But could they trust him? If we're going to do this, Eiran said, breaking the silence, it must be on our terms. Ferria will never again be a colony. Marvek nodded slowly. His expression was serious, but in his eyes Eiran saw something he didn't expect, resignation, or perhaps, acceptance. I'm willing to concede more than you might think, the Chancellor replied, but we must be strategic. The Confederation won't accept total independence without resistance. What we propose must appear beneficial to them. Eiran crossed his arms, studying him. Then tell me, what can you offer? Marvek activated a holographic projector on the table. A three-dimensional map of Ferria appeared before them, with zones marked in different colors. Political and administrative autonomy, he began. A governing council elected by the Ferrians themselves, with no Confederation interference. Eiran nodded. That was a starting point, but not enough. The resources extracted from Ferria must remain mostly in Ferria, he added. No more exploitation without benefit to our people. We can establish a fair trade agreement, Marvek agreed. The Confederation will receive a percentage of the minerals, but Ferria will control its own production and distribution. Celine, who had been silently observing, spoke up. And what about Confederate forces? She asked. We will not accept foreign troops on our soil. Marvek took a deep breath before responding. I can commit to a phased withdrawal, he said. But space security remains a delicate issue. The Confederate fleet won't agree to completely surrender control of Ferria's orbit. Eiran exchanged a glance with Celine. Many negotiations still lay ahead, and countless traps hid in every clause. But for the first time in a long while, there was a real possibility that Ferria could choose its own fate. All right, he said at last. We'll begin drafting the terms. But let me warn you, Marvek, if at any moment this starts to look like a trap, we won't hesitate to resume the fight." Marvek held his gaze. "I know. And that's why I'll do everything in my power to make sure the Confederation does the right thing this time." Ferria's future now depended on both sides' ability to uphold the fragile truce. And though peace seemed possible, many shadows still needed to be dispelled. 17.3 Internal resistance. The negotiations between Ferria's resistance and the Confederation had progressed further than anyone had expected. What had begun as a military confrontation was now turning into an unprecedented agreement, a pact that could redefine the balance of power in the galaxy. However, within both sides, not everyone was willing to accept this new reality without resistance. In Talos, the Resistance's meeting room buzzed with heated voices. Rieger, one of the most senior commanders, slammed his fist on the table. "We can't just accept this," he exclaimed. "We promised freedom, not a compromise with those who've exploited us for generations." Eiran, standing on the other side of the table, let out a sigh. He had expected opposition, but the intensity with which some members rejected the idea of an agreement still caught him off guard. "We're not surrendering," he replied firmly. "We're securing a future where Ferria has a voice in the vote, without more bloodshed." "And how do we know Marvek will keep his word?" asked Jenna, leader of one of the most radical combat groups. "Just because he turns out to be your father? That doesn't change anything. We can't trust the Confederation." "I'm not asking you to trust him," Eiran shot back. "But I do expect you to trust me. I'm not asking you to forget what we've suffered. I'm asking you to think beyond war. Do we want full independence? Yes. Can we achieve it now, without destroying Ferria in the process? No. We need a foundation on which to build our future." A heavy silence settled over the room. Rieger, his gaze hardened, crossed his arms. "And what happens if in a few years the Confederation decides they need us again as a colony? What stops us from ending up exactly where we started?" Selene, who had remained silent until then, finally spoke. "We do," she said. "The difference is that this time, they're not forcing terms down our throats at gunpoint. We're demanding conditions that guarantee real autonomy. If they accept, Ferria will have the time and stability to grow stronger. And if they betray us, this time we'll be ready." Janice scoffed, still skeptical. "And what if we just keep fighting until we drive them out completely?" Eiran met her eyes, serious. "It would mean years more of war, more death, more destruction. Ferria isn't just a battlefield, it's our home. If we keep down that path, when we finally win, what will be left to govern?" His words struck deep. Rieger finally sighed and gave a slow nod, though the doubt in his expression remained. "All right," he said. "But if Marvek betrays us, if the Confederation tries to take back control, I want you to know something, Eiran. Not all of us will be willing to negotiate next time." Eiran held his gaze. "I know," he answered. "And I'll do everything in my power to make sure it never comes to that." The meeting ended without a full resolution, but with an internal truce that allowed them to move forward. Ferria was still far from peace, but for the first time in years, the possibility of a future without war began to feel real. 17.4 The signing of the treaty. The conference hall at the Talos base was quieter than usual, not due to a lack of activity, but because of the tense anticipation hanging in the air. Eiran Vassek stood gazing at the large oval table in the center of the room, where in just a few minutes, Ferria's fate would be decided. At his side, Selene kept her expression calm, but he knew that, like many others, she still carried doubts. Across from them, at the other end of the table, sat Darius Marvek, the man who had long represented the Confederation's rule over Ferria and who now, perhaps, had become an unexpected ally. The documents were ready. After intense negotiations, the agreement outlined a new status for Ferria, political and administrative autonomy under an elected self-governing body, a gradual reduction of the Confederate military presence, and a new trade treaty that guaranteed Ferrian control over its own resources. It wasn't full independence, but it was a real first step toward a different future. "If we sign this," Rieger said quietly, "there's no turning back." Eiran nodded. He knew that well. Signing the treaty meant trusting the Confederation to honor its word. It meant choosing diplomacy over war, and it meant risking the perception among some in the resistance that he was betraying their cause. Marvek broke the silence. "I don't expect you to trust me, Eiran," he said, with surprising honesty. "But this is more than just a signature on paper. It's the first stone in something that could change not only Ferria, but the entire Confederation." Eiran looked him straight in the eye. For a long time, he had seen Marvek only as the oppressor, the symbol of everything wrong with the system. But now, he saw something more, A man willing to change, to carry the weight of his past mistakes. Without breaking eye contact, he picked up the document and, with a firm stroke, signed his name. The silence in the room was absolute. Marvek followed, adding his signature beneath Eiran's. When he looked up, his expression was solemn, but in his eyes, there was something new, the certainty that after years of conflict, Ferria had finally seized control of its own destiny. Selene was the first to speak, her voice barely above a whisper, but filled with meaning. Let this be the beginning of something better. And in that conference hall, amid the dust and echoes of old struggles, Ferria took its first step toward freedom. Chapter 18. The transformation of Ferria 18.1. First reforms. Dawn in Ferria brought with it a different atmosphere. For the first time in generations, the city of Talos did not awaken under the shadow of absolute Confederation rule. With the treaty still fresh in everyone's memory, reforms had begun to take shape, bringing a mixture of hope and skepticism among the Ferrian people. Eiran Vassek, now one of the leading figures in the newly formed Autonomous Council of Ferria, walked the streets of Talos accompanied by Selene and other former resistance leaders. Around them, the activity in the city reflected the transition they were living through. Some citizens worked with renewed energy on repairing damaged structures, while others watched from a distance, still unsure of what the future would truly bring. Our first measures need to focus on the basics, Selene said, reviewing reports on her portable terminal. Basic infrastructure, food supply, and safety for mine workers. If people don't see real change soon, support for the treaty will begin to waver. Eiran nodded. He knew internal resistance still lingered. There were factions that still viewed the negotiations with the Confederation as surrender, and if the promises of the treaty were not fulfilled quickly, those dissenting voices would grow louder. Their first major challenge was reorganizing the mining system. Under the new agreement, Ferria retained control over its own production but was still required to supply caridium and axonite to the Confederation under fairer terms. To ensure this would not devolve into unchecked exploitation again, a supervisory committee with Ferrian representation was established, something unthinkable just months earlier. Working conditions must improve immediately, Eiran stated while inspecting one of the mining facilities. No more inhumane shifts, no more negligence when it comes to safety. If the Confederation wants our resources, they'll have to respect our rules. One of the former overseers, now part of the transitional committee, raised a cautious concern. That means temporarily reducing output while we adjust operations. It won't be a popular move in Eternium. Then let it be unpopular, Eiran replied firmly. Ferria is no longer a colony. If they want our caridium, they'll have to wait until we extract it on our terms. As reforms began to be implemented, the people of Talos responded with a mix of excitement and anxiety. Some celebrated small victories, new safety regulations in the mines, a more equitable food distribution system, and a healthcare initiative in early development. Others, however, remained hesitant to believe that the Confederation would truly allow Ferria to prosper without future interference. What we do in the next few weeks will determine whether this treaty is just a signed piece of paper, or the beginning of real transformation, Selene said as she watched a group of workers organizing supplies for the most affected zones. Eiran knew it too. The battle against the Confederation had ended, but the fight for Ferria's future was only just beginning. 18.2 The reconstruction of Talos. The first days after the signing of the treaty were a whirlwind of activity in Talos. Though the war had ended, the city still bore the scars of conflict, destroyed streets, ruined buildings, and hundreds of citizens left homeless. The resistance and former Confederation administrators now worked together on a monumental task, rebuilding the capital of Ferria. Eiran Vassek walked through the main avenues accompanied by Selene and a group of engineers and community organizers. What had once been the bustling mining center now looked like a ghost town. Yet in every corner, volunteer groups were clearing rubble, repairing damaged structures, and distributing basic supplies. Change had begun, but the road ahead remained long. Our first step must be to restore housing, said Eiran as he watched a group of children playing in an improvised camp. We can't ask people to build a future if they don't even have a safe roof over their heads. Selene nodded, scanning data on her terminal. We've identified the most heavily damaged areas. The neighborhoods near the central shaft were hit hardest during the fighting. The good news is that the old processing factories still have usable equipment. We can repurpose them to produce construction materials. As they continued, they came upon a group of miners and technical workers engaged in a heated discussion. Among them, an older man, his face weathered by years of labor in the mines, stepped forward with a stern expression. What about the mines? He asked. We know the city needs rebuilding, but many of us depend on extraction to survive. When will we be allowed to work again? Eiran understood the concern. Although the treaty guaranteed a new relationship with the Confederation, Ferria's economy was still tied to its mineral resources. We won't resume extraction until we have safe conditions, he answered firmly. The Confederation no longer makes the rules here. We will decide how and when mining takes place, and we'll do it fairly. His words resonated deeply with those present. For generations, Ferrians had been forced to work in deplorable conditions, without a voice or choice. Now, for the first time, they had the chance to decide their own future. The reconstruction of Talos was not only a physical effort but a symbolic one. The plaza of the shaft, the city's epicenter and witness to many tragedies, was chosen as the first site to be restored. There, in the midst of the cleanup, Eiran paused for a moment to observe the people. There was exhaustion on their faces, yes, but also determination. Ferria was awakening. This is only the beginning, he murmured to himself. And this time, we'll build something no one can ever take from us. With that thought in mind, he resumed his walk, knowing that Ferria's true test was still to come. 18.3 New opportunities. Ferria's transformation was underway. Talos, the capital, was beginning to show signs of recovery with the reconstruction of infrastructure and the implementation of new regulations that favored the local population. However, the true test of change lay in creating real opportunities for the Ferrians, people who for generations had known only mining as their sole means of livelihood. Eiran Vassek walked through the corridors of the newly inaugurated Ferrian Development Office, an institution created to manage the planet's resources fairly and equitably. At his side, Celine read a report on the ongoing projects. We've received requests to establish technical training centers, she said. Many want to learn skills outside of mining, engineering, hydroponic agriculture, advanced programming. There's genuine interest in diversifying our economy. Eiran nodded with a slight smile. One of his greatest fears after the treaty with the Confederation was that Ferria would continue to be seen solely as a source of minerals. But if they could change that, if the population gained the knowledge to break free from the cycle of exploitation, they could secure a more independent future. What about funding? He asked. Celine frowned. The initial funds are coming from the trade agreements with the Confederation, but we need more investment. A few independent entrepreneurs have shown interest in Ferria, but they still distrust our political stability. Eiran sighed. Trust wasn't earned overnight, and many still doubted the Confederation would honor the terms of the treaty. However, he believed that with time and concrete actions, they could shift that perception. Determined, he made his way to one of the rooms where a group of young Ferrians was attending a basic engineering class. Unlike in the past, when education was strictly controlled by the Confederation and focused only on mining, the new curriculum included topics such as automation, renewable energy, and even space exploration. I want you to know something, Eiran told the students, who looked at him with respect and admiration. Ferria is not just a mining world. We are more than our history of exploitation. You are the generation that will define what we can truly become. The young people nodded with determination. For the first time in a long time, Ferria had a chance to reinvent itself, and every Ferrian had a role to play in that transformation. As they left the classroom, Celine looked at Eiran with a mix of pride and concern. You know this will take years, right? Eiran smiled. Yes. But every step we take today brings us closer to a future where Ferria is no longer a colony. It will be a prosperous home for all. 18.4 Hope among the mines. The dust of Ferria never truly disappeared. Though reconstruction progressed and the resistance evolved into a government, the mines remained the heart of the planet. There, deep within the tunnels and roaring machines, Ferrians were beginning to see the future through new eyes. Eiran Vassek walked down the main corridor of the Sector 7 mine, now under the administration of the Autonomous Council of Ferria. The atmosphere was different from the days when the Confederation dictated every move. The faces of the miners no longer reflected only exhaustion and resignation, but a renewed determination. They were organizing, learning, making decisions about their own future. At his side, Celine was reviewing a data terminal. The first changes are working, she said. The workday has been shortened, and we're already implementing safety measures the Confederation never even considered. Eiran nodded, watching a group of workers discussing the best way to reinforce a new shaft. Before, orders came from offices in Eternium. Now, the Ferrians themselves were the ones making decisions. This is just the beginning, he said. If Ferria truly wants to be free, we have to ensure no one ever exploits us again. We can't depend solely on Caridium and Axonite. We need to develop our own industries. One of the miners, an older man named Darlin, approached with a tired smile. Never thought I'd live to see the day when a Ferrian had a say in how these mines are run, he said. But this is bigger than we imagined. Some think we should stop extracting altogether, that it's the only way to break free from the Confederation. Celine and Eiran exchanged a glance. The debate over Ferria's economic future had only just begun. Some saw mining as a curse imposed by centuries of exploitation. Others, as an opportunity to strengthen their independence. We can't erase our past, Eiran said. But we can choose how to use it to build something new. These mines have been our prison, yes, but they can also be the foundation for a future where Ferria is strong, not just a supplier of resources. Darlin nodded slowly. Just make sure the young ones have other choices. That they don't only see a pickaxe and a headlamp when they think of their future. Eiran looked at the workers around him. He knew changing Ferria's economic structure would take years, maybe generations. But there, among the mines that once symbolized oppression, a new kind of hope was being born. As they walked away from the tunnel, Celine gave him a faint smile. You think we'll make it? Eiran looked up at the ceiling of rock and dust, feeling the weight of his responsibility. We've already achieved the impossible, he replied. Now we just have to make sure we don't lose it. Chapter 19, Echoes in the Galaxy 19.1 The Transformed Campaign. Darius Marvek had never imagined his presidential campaign would take such an unexpected turn. What began as a strategy to consolidate his power within the Confederation had transformed into an exercise in introspection and a complete redefinition of ideals. Ferria was no longer just a logistical problem or a contentious point on his political agenda, it had become the epicenter of his personal transformation. Since the signing of the treaty, the Confederation had become divided. Some sectors supported his decision to grant partial autonomy to Ferria, seeing it as a pragmatic step toward lasting stability. Others, however, viewed it as a sign of weakness, an unacceptable concession that endangered control over other mining worlds. Rival candidates seized on this narrative to undermine his image, portraying him as a leader incapable of enforcing order. But Darius was no longer the same man who had entered the race. His encounter with Eiran Vassek and the truth about their bloodline had reshaped his perspective. He could no longer return to traditional politics, ignoring the humanity of those who had, until now, been nothing more than statistics in a report. The question that haunted him was simple but crucial: how could he convince the Confederation that change was necessary? His campaign team worked tirelessly to redefine his message. Official broadcasts began to emphasize his renewed vision, a more equitable confederation where peripheral worlds were not just sources of raw materials, but partners in galactic development. Images of Ferria rebuilding were circulated widely, Ferrian workers actively participating in the creation of a new model of governance. The narrative shifted from one of insurrection to one of joint progress. Eiran and Celine watched these developments with caution. Though Ferria's stability depended greatly on Marvek's success, they also knew how volatile Confederation politics could be. Many Ferrians still viewed him with suspicion, remembering the years of exploitation under his rule. Do you really think he's changed? Celine asked as she reviewed a broadcast from Marvek's latest appearance at the Galactic Council headquarters. Eiran took his time responding. He knew his father had made mistakes, some unforgivable. But he had also seen the doubt in his eyes, the inner struggle of a man who, for the first time, was questioning the very system he had helped build. I don't know, he finally admitted. But if he's truly committed to this new path, then Ferria might be the first step towards something greater. Meanwhile, in Eternium, Marvek was preparing for the next presidential debate. His strategy no longer centered on defending the past but on proposing a different future. What once would have been unthinkable was now his only option: to persuade the Confederation that change was not a threat, but a necessary evolution for its survival. And in that moment, for the first time in his political career, Darius Marvek was not fighting for power. He was fighting for redemption. 19.2 Reactions across other worlds. The news of the treaty between Ferria and the Confederation quickly spread throughout the galaxy, triggering a wave of reactions ranging from hope to outrage. For many peripheral worlds, Ferria's partial autonomy represented an unprecedented opportunity to negotiate with the central government. For others, it was a dangerous precedent that could threaten the balance of power the Confederation had maintained for centuries. The mining worlds, between inspiration and fear. On planets like Veltros 4 and Kalis Prime, where resource extraction followed the same model as Ferria, the news was received with both enthusiasm and concern. Miners saw Ferria's victory as a symbol of resistance, proof that the Confederation could be forced to negotiate under the right pressure. If Ferria could do it, why can't we? Asked a Union leader on Veltros 4. his clandestine message spreading through underground communication networks. However, Confederation administrators on these worlds responded with repressive measures. Surveillance in mining settlements was intensified, unauthorized gatherings were banned, and military presence was reinforced at production centers. The Confederation had no intention of letting the Ferria model be replicated without consequences. The core worlds divided public opinion. In Eternium and other core Confederation planets, public opinion was deeply divided. While the political and economic elite viewed the concession of autonomy as a sign of weakness, progressive sectors saw it as a necessary step toward a more equitable confederation. Official media tried to downplay the treaty, framing it as a mere administrative adjustment. However, in academic circles and political forums, a new question emerged: was this the beginning of the gradual decentralization of the Confederation? Some senators began calling for greater transparency in agreements with peripheral worlds, fearing that if the situation wasn't handled carefully, more colonies might follow Ferria's example. Radical factions, a spark for conflict. While the treaty brought hope to many, it also ignited the fury of more extreme groups inside and outside the Confederation. In the Caladrex separatist movement, a clandestine group advocating for full independence of peripheral worlds, the news was seen as a call to action. For them, the agreement with Ferria was not enough, partial autonomy was insufficient. A complete break from the Confederation was necessary. On the other side of the spectrum, ultranationalist Confederation factions saw the concession to Ferria as a betrayal. The most conservative wing of the Galactic Council demanded harsher measures to prevent insubordination from spreading. Some even called for preemptive military intervention in other mining worlds. Eiran and Marvek, figures of a new political landscape. As the debate intensified, Eiran Vassek found himself at the center of the conversation. For some, he was a revolutionary who had achieved the impossible; for others, an agitator threatening galactic stability. His face became a symbol of resistance in peripheral sectors, while conservative Confederation media portrayed him as a dangerous populist. Meanwhile, Darius Marvek's position grew increasingly precarious. His shift in attitude toward Ferria earned him support among reformists but also made him a prime target for political opponents. The next phase of his presidential campaign would depend on how well he could balance these conflicting interests. The Confederation's uncertain future. With the galaxy in a state of growing tension, the Ferria Treaty had proven that change was possible, but it also made clear that the Confederation would not relinquish control easily. What happened in the coming months would determine whether Ferria was an isolated case or the first step toward a much larger transformation. Meanwhile, in the streets of Talos and the depths of other mining worlds, a question began to echo in whispers and passionate speeches: if Ferria could do it, who's next? 19.3 A model for change. With the signing of Ferria's autonomy treaty, the Confederation stood at a crossroads. What was once a brutally exploited mining colony now presented itself as a political experiment that could redefine the relationship between peripheral worlds and the central government. The inevitable question began to circulate in political and academic circles: was Ferria an isolated case, or the beginning of a new model of interplanetary governance? Ferria's political laboratory. From the capital city of Talos, Eiran Vassek and his team began designing a system that balanced autonomy with the realities of an economy still dependent on mineral extraction. Unlike past independence movements, Ferria did not seek total isolation but rather an equitable relationship with the Confederation. To that end, three foundational principles were established. 1. Economic self-management. Resources extracted on Ferria would be managed by an autonomous council, with a portion of the profits reinvested into local infrastructure and technological development. 2. Democratic participation. A representative system was implemented, allowing decisions about production, education, and trade to be made by the Ferrians themselves, instead of bureaucrats in Eternium. 3. Strategic collaboration. While the Confederation would continue to receive essential minerals, Ferria would negotiate its terms as a trade partner, not a subordinate colony. These measures sparked interest on other mining worlds suffering under similar conditions. If Ferria could prove that it was possible to maintain a relationship with the Confederation without being exploited, the model could be replicated elsewhere. The Confederation's response. In Eternium, senators and corporate leaders debated the implications of the Ferrian model. Some saw it as an opportunity to modernize the relationship with colonial worlds, potentially avoiding future rebellions. Others, especially those with vested interests in resource extraction, feared this precedent would trigger a wave of similar demands across the galaxy. Darius Marvek, now facing an increasingly polarized presidential campaign, had to define his stance. Though his initial instinct was to tighten control over the colonies, his meeting with Eiran and the reality on Ferria had shifted his perspective. In a speech broadcast across all Confederated worlds, he framed Ferria's autonomy as a natural evolution of the Galactic Pact, stating that the Confederation must adapt to new realities rather than cling to outdated models. The speech received mixed reactions. To progressives, it was a sign of a more just future. To traditionalists, it was an unacceptable concession that weakened Confederation authority. The galactic ripple effect. As Ferria implemented its reforms, other worlds began to take notice. On Valtros 4, miners staged the first documented strike demanding similar rights. In Kalis Prime's trade rings, small groups of legislators began debating the possibility of renegotiating their treaties with the Confederation. Tensions rose, and what had started as an agreement to prevent war on Ferria now threatened to trigger a much larger transformation. Eiran, fully aware of this shift, understood that his planet was no longer just fighting for its own freedom, it was blazing a trail for others to follow. As he walked through the newly rebuilt streets of Talos, he saw workers, merchants, and children playing in the squares. Ferria was far from perfect, but for the first time in generations, it had a chance to define its own future. What had begun as a miners' revolution was evolving into a model for change across the entire Confederation. The only question that remained was the rest of the galaxy ready to follow? 19.4 The future of the Confederation. The echo of the treaty with Ferria still resonated through the halls of the Galactic Confederation. What had begun as a crisis on a remote mining world had become the turning point for the entire political and economic structure of the galaxy. One question now dominated every debate in the Supreme Council, the interstellar markets, and public forums alike. Where's the Confederation headed? Reform or repression? The treaty with Ferria had made it clear, the Confederation could no longer sustain its model of unquestioned exploitation of peripheral worlds. Some sectors within the Supreme Council, led by reformists, saw in this an opportunity to redesign the interplanetary system, proposing a more equitable model in which every planet, instead of serving as a mere resource provider, had a voice in governmental decisions. But the opposition was swift. Traditionalists in the more radical wings of the economic elite decried the treaty as a dangerous show of weakness. They argued that yielding to Ferria was only the beginning of a wave of demands that, if allowed to continue, could destabilize the entire Confederation. Some military factions began entertaining the idea of direct intervention in worlds showing separatist tendencies. Chancellor Darius Marvek stood at a crossroads. His recent actions had revealed a side of him many had not expected, a leader willing to negotiate instead of crushing dissent. Yet his shift in stance had not earned him unanimous support. While progressives saw him as a potential architect of change, his former conservative allies now viewed him as a traitor to the principles of authority and control. Ferria, model or anomaly? Ferria's transformation was well underway. Under the leadership of Eiran Vassek, the new autonomous government began laying the groundwork for a self-sufficient economy and an independent political system. Yet, they remained heavily reliant on trade agreements with the Confederation. Eiran found himself in a delicate position. His symbolic victory had turned him into a figurehead across the galaxy, but also a target. Separatist groups from other planets sought his guidance, while Confederate agents monitored his every move, waiting for a mistake that could justify intervention. The young leader understood that Ferria's future depended not only on managing the present, but on anticipating and countering the Confederation's moves. If Ferria survived and prospered, others would follow. If it failed, it would serve as a perfect cautionary tale to suppress future uprisings. Marvek's dilemma. Darius Marvek knew his legacy was at stake. He had dedicated his entire life to strengthening the Confederation, maintaining its grip on the outer worlds, ensuring stability. And now, his own son had become the face of a transformation Marvek himself had come to see as inevitable. The presidential elections loomed, and his fate hinged on a single decision: should he continue down the path of reform and risk fracturing the Confederation? Or should he yield to traditionalist pressure and take harsher measures against independence movements? The galaxy was watching. Every speech, every decision, every political maneuver would define not only his personal future, but the fate of millions across the Confederation. The dawn of a new era was near. The only question was whether it would arrive with hope or with fire. Chapter 20, Legacies 20.1 The Democratic Council. The sunrise over Talos bathed the city in a golden glow, its first rays filtering through the lingering mining haze. It was the first morning of a new era on Ferria. In the heart of the city, The plaza of the well had been transformed by a temporary structure adorned with banners bearing the new symbol of the planet, a stylized spiral of caridium and axonite, representing the fusion of Ferrian tradition and the technology that would sustain its future. Thousands of Ferrians gathered in the square, their faces a reflection of both hope and solemnity. At the center of the platform stood a circular table that hosted the newly elected representatives of the Democratic Council of Ferria, the governing body born from the treaty with the Galactic Confederation, marking the official beginning of the planet's self-governance. Eiran Vassek, standing at the center of the platform, looked out over the crowd with a blend of pride and responsibility. He wore a simple yet commanding suit, fastened with a brooch made of polished caridium, symbolizing the link between the old, exploited Ferria and the newly emancipated one. His gray eyes carried a fierce determination, tempered by the exhaustion of months of negotiation and reconstruction. When silence fell over the plaza, Eiran raised his voice. Today, Ferria is reborn. For generations, our planet was seen only as a resource, a name on a shipping manifest, its people reduced to numbers in a production report. But we always knew Ferria was more than minerals and quotas. We knew that within this land beat the heart of a proud, resilient, and worthy people. And today, with the formation of this Democratic Council, we claim the right to shape our destiny with our own hands. Thunderous applause erupted through the crowd, but Eiran continued. This council is only the beginning. We have secured the right to choose, but the real work starts now. We must rebuild Talos. We must ensure our minds are safe, that our children can learn without fear, that our families can live free from oppression. We did not free ourselves only to repeat the mistakes of those who once ruled over us. Among the crowd, Lyra Vassek, his mother, watched with a quiet smile. Her son had transformed from a young engineer with secret dreams into a true leader. Standing beside her was Darius Marvek, his father and former Supreme Chancellor, listening with an expression that shifted between nostalgia and respect. He was no longer the man who had come to Ferria months before with the intent to crush a rebellion. He had changed, learned the truths he once ignored. And when the time came, he chose to support change rather than fight it. As Eiran concluded his speech, the members of the council began signing the Ferrian Autonomy Act, the document that enshrined their new relationship with the Confederation. They would be partners, not subordinates. They would have a voice in galactic decisions, rights over their resources, and, most importantly, the power to shape their own future. With the final signature in place, a roar of celebration erupted from the crowd. The revolution had ended. Now began the construction of a new Ferria. Eiran closed his eyes for a moment, letting the sound of his people's joy wash over him. And in that moment, he knew, Ferria's true awakening had begun. 20.2 A rebuilt family. The lights of the Ferrian Democratic Council dome flickered softly in the night, casting long shadows across the city of Talos. Eiran Vassek stood on a balcony, watching the lively activity that still stirred in the plaza below. Ferria had changed. It was no longer just a mining colony. It was a world beginning to write its own destiny. Behind him, Lyra Vassek and Darius Marvek shared a moment of quiet reflection. The revelation of their family ties had shaken not only their lives but also the political structure of the Confederation. Yet, far from becoming a weakness, their story had transformed into a symbol of reconciliation. A redeemed father, Darius Marvek had spent his life making cold, calculated decisions, sacrificing every personal bond in pursuit of political ascension. But Ferria had changed him. Seeing his son lead with intelligence and empathy made him realize what he had truly lost. Now, for the first time, he was trying to build the real relationship with Eiran, not through authority, but through understanding. When I first came to Ferria, I believed politics defined everything, Darius said, his gaze fixed on the city lights. But now I see that real strength doesn't lie in treaties or agreements. It lies in the people. And in the choices we make for them, not over them. Eiran turned his head and studied him in silence. For a long time, he had hated Marvek for everything he represented. But now, he saw a man who, despite his mistakes, was trying to change. Perhaps, he thought, Ferria's true legacy wasn't just autonomy, it was the possibility that even those hardened by power could be transformed. Lyra, the bridge between two worlds. If Eiran was the new hope, and Darius the man in redemption, Lyra was the bridge that connected both ends. She had kept the secret of her son's identity for years, afraid that revealing it might endanger him, or worse, corrupt him. Now, seeing them together, she knew she had made the best decision possible at the time. Ferria has given us a second chance, Lyra said, taking her son's hand, and I don't intend to waste it. The council had been formed, the reforms were underway. But what mattered most to Lyra was seeing her son with the freedom to choose his own path, unchained from the past. Toward a new dawn. The conversation between the three stretched late into the night. Eiran knew the road ahead would not be easy. Despite the progress, the Confederation still watched Ferria's evolution with suspicion. The reforms could spark unexpected reactions, and at any moment, conservative sectors might try to reclaim control by force. But for now, Ferria was in their hands. His family, though scarred by the past, was rebuilding. And with them, so too was the future of an entire world. 20.3 Celebrations and Memories. The sky over Talos lit up with fireworks, painting fleeting streaks of light across the mining haze. For the first time in generations, Ferria was celebrating, not a production quota surpassed, nor a commemoration imposed by the Confederation, but its own rebirth. The inauguration ceremony of the Democratic Council had concluded in resounding success, and now the entire city surrendered to a festivity symbolizing the end of an era of oppression and the dawn of an uncertain, yet self-determined future. In the plaza of the pit, crowds gathered around improvised stages where Ferrian musicians performed traditional songs, accompanied by the heartbeat of drums made from the remnants of old mining machines. The elders sang verses in a dialect the Confederation had once tried to erase, while the youth danced with an energy that seemed to feed the flickering lights of the city. Eiran Vassek watched the scene from the balcony of the council building, a glass of Ferrian liquor in hand. Beside him, Lyra and Darius shared a quiet conversation, something that, not long ago, would have seemed impossible. His mother had recovered a trace of the joy the war had stolen from her, and his father, the man who had once embodied Ferria's greatest threat, had become a symbol of change. "I've never seen Talos like this," Lyra said with a nostalgic tone. "When I was a girl, the only celebrations were small and hidden. This is different. Because for the first time, we're not celebrating what was given to us," Eiran replied, a tired but sincere smile on his face. "We're celebrating what we took for ourselves." Darius, who had remained silent until then, nodded slowly. "The real challenge isn't victory," he said. "It's what comes after. Governing is much harder than rebelling." Eiran glanced at him, recognizing the truth in his words. He knew the struggle was far from over, it had merely changed form. Now, he had to ensure that Ferria's autonomy was not an illusion, that the Confederation upheld its end of the agreement. And above all, he had to prevent the power now held by the Ferrians from becoming the same oppression they had once endured. In the distance, a young couple embraced beneath the fireworks, their faces lit by the fleeting glow. They were the new generation of Ferria, those who would grow up unshackled by the Confederation, but burdened with the responsibility of forging a future worthy of their sacrifices. Eiran took a deep breath and let the music and laughter wash over him. Tonight was for celebration, for remembering the fallen and toasting those still standing. Tomorrow, the work would resume. But tonight, at least for a few hours, Ferria could dream without fear. 20.4 The Full Awakening. The Democratic Council of Ferria had been inaugurated with solemnity and hope. For the first time in the planet's history, the Ferrians had a voice in their own destiny. From the grand central plaza of Talos, where once only the orders of Confederation overseers could be heard, now echoed the speeches of leaders elected by their people. Among them, Eiran Vassek stood tall as the symbol of definitive change. The transition had not been easy. Despite the treaty with the Confederation, the wounds of oppression still marked the people of Ferria. The mines, though now operating under fair conditions and autonomous governance, remained the heart of the planet. But the difference was palpable. They no longer worked as slaves to a distant power, but as architects of their own future. Darius Marvek, following his historic decision to change the model of exploitation on Ferria, had returned to Eternium to continue his presidential campaign. His shift in perspective and his inner struggle between being a pragmatic leader and a newly discovered father had not gone unnoticed. Although still viewed with caution by many Ferrians, his legacy on the planet had transformed, from oppression to opportunity. Lyra Vassek, with her unbreakable spirit, had assumed a crucial role in Ferria's social reconstruction. Her clinic was no longer clandestine, but the first official hospital managed by Ferrians. Her wisdom and strength had made her the most respected advisor of the new council, ensuring that decisions were always human before political. As Ferria rebuilt its identity, the repercussions of change extended beyond the planet. Other mining worlds, inspired by the Ferrian Revolution, began questioning their own relationships with the Confederation. Similar movements were taking shape, and the galaxy stood on the brink of a transformation far greater than anyone had anticipated. Eiran, seated in his new office within the council, reviewed the maps of Ferria and progress reports. The task ahead was monumental, But the difference now was that they were not alone. The Ferrians worked together, for the first time without fear. They had awoken from a centuries-long slumber and understood that the future was not a sentence handed down from the stars, it was something they could shape with their own hands. Eiran looked up and saw his mother at the doorway, smiling softly. Beside her, in a holographic transmission, was Darius Marvek from Eternium. The silence between them was full of meaning. It wasn't a conventional father-son relationship, but there was something now that hadn't existed before, mutual understanding. Ready for the next step? Lyra asked. Eiran took a deep breath and nodded. Because, although the fight had been long, they were only just beginning. Ferria had awakened. And with it, the entire galaxy. The end.